Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfuss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. He knew the city was organized for his individual defense, for it had been that way since he was born. But who was his enemy? Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfuss. In 1849, the mist that sometimes rolls through the Golden Gate was known as fog. In 2149, it had become far more frequent and was known as smog. By 2349, it was fog again. But tonight, there was smoke mixed with the fog. Roddy could smell it. Somewhere in the forested ruins, fire was burning. He wasn't worried. The small blaze that smoldered behind him on the cracked concrete floor had consumed everything burnable within blocks. What remained of the gutted concrete office building from which he peered was fireproof. But Roddy was himself aflame with anger. As always, when the invaders broke in from the north, he'd been left behind with his nurse, Molly, while the soldiers went out to fight. And nowadays, Molly's presence wasn't the comfort it used to be. He felt almost ready to jump out of his skin, the way she rocked and knitted in the grating ruined chair, saying over and over again, "The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't—" "I'm not a little boy," Roddy suddenly shouted. "I'm full grown, and I've never even seen an invader. Why won't you let me go and fight?" Fiercely, he crossed the bare, gritty floor and shook Molly's shoulder. She rattled under his jarring hand and abruptly changed the subject. "A is for atom, B is for bomb, C is for corpse," she chanted. Roddy reached into her shapeless dress and pinched. Lately, that had helped her over these spells. But this time, though it stopped the kindergarten song, the treatment only started something worse. "Was'm hungry?" Molly cooed, still rocking. Utterly disgusted, Roddy ripped her head off her neck. It was a completely futile gesture. The complicated mind that was caring for him and taught him speech and the alphabet hadn't made him a mechanic, and his only tool was a broken-handled screwdriver. He was still tinkering when the soldiers came in. While they lined up along the wall, he put Molly's head back on her neck. She gaped coyly at the new arrivals. "Hello, boys," she simpered. "Looking for a good time?" Roddy slapped her to silence, reflecting briefly that there were many things he didn't know about Molly. But there was work to be done. Carefully, he framed the ritual words she'd taught him. "Soldiers, come to attention and report." There were 11 of them, 6 feet tall, with 4 limbs and 8 extremities. They stood uniformly, the thumbs on each pair of hands touching along the center line of the legs, front feet turned out at an angle of 45 degrees, rear feet turned inward at 30 degrees. "Sir," they chorused, "we have met the enemy and he is ours." He inspected them. All were scratched and dented, but one in particular seemed badly damaged. His left arm was almost severed at the shoulder. "Come here, fellow," Roddy said. "Let's see if I can fix that." The soldier took a step forward, lurched suddenly, stopped, and whipped out a bayonet. "Death to the invaders!" he yelled, and charged crazily. Molly stepped in front of him. "You aren't being very nice, my baby," she murmured, and thrust her knitting needles into his eyes. Roddy jumped behind him, knocked off his helmet, and pressed the soft spot on his conical skull. The soldier collapsed to the floor. Roddy salvaged and returned Molly's needles. Then he examined the patient, tearing him apart as a boy dismembers an alarm clock. It was lucky he did. The left arm's pair of hands suddenly writhed off the floor in an effort to choke him. But because the arm was detached at the shoulder, and therefore blind, he escaped the clutching onslaught, and could goad the reflexing hands into assaulting one another harmlessly. Meanwhile, the other soldiers left, except for one, apparently another casualty, who stumbled on his way out and fell into the fire. By the time Roddy had hauled him clear, damage was beyond repair. Roddy swore, then decided to try combining parts of this casualty with the pieces of the other to make a whole one. To get more light for the operation, he poked up the fire. Roddy was new at his work, and took it seriously. It alarmed him to watch the soldiers melt away, gradually succumbing to battle damage, shamed him to see the empty ruins burn section by section as the invaders repeatedly broke through and had to be burned out. Soon there would be nothing left on the private property keep out that, according to Molly's bedtime story, the owners had entrusted to them when driven away by radioactivity. Soon the soldiers themselves would be gone. None would remain to guard the city but a few strayed servants like Molly, and an occasional civil defender. And himself, Roddy reflected, spitting savagely into the fire. He might remain, but how he fitted into the picture he didn't know. And Molly, who claimed to have found him in the ruins after a fight with the invaders 20 years before, couldn't or wouldn't say. Well, for as long as it was possible, Roddy decided, he'd do his duty as the others did theirs, single-mindedly. Eventually, the soldiers might accept him as one of themselves. Meanwhile, this newly attempted first aid was useful to them. He gave the fire a final poke, then paused, wondering if, when heated, his screwdriver could make an unfastened end of a wire stick to the grayish spot where it seemed to belong. Stretching prone to blow the embers hot so he could try out his new idea, Roddy got too close to the flames. Instantly the room filled with the stench of singed hair. Roddy drew angrily back, beating out the sparks in his uncut blonde mane. As he stood slapping his head and muttering, a deranged civil defense firefighter popped into the doorway and covered him with carbon dioxide foam. Roddy fled. His lifelong friends were not merely wearing out, they were unbearably wearing. In the street, even before he'd wiped off the foam, he regretted his flight. The fire was back home, and here, in the cold of this fog-shrouded canyon, a mere trail between heaped-up piles of rubble, the diaper he wore felt inadequate against the pre-dawn cold. His cherished weapon, a magnetic tack hammer, was chill beneath the diaper's top, and the broken, radium-dialed wristwatch, suspended from a string around his neck, hung clammy against his chest. He stood irresolutely on numbing bare feet, and considered returning to the more familiar bedlam. But colder than cold was his shame at being cold. Molly never was, though she knew how to keep him warm, nor would the others. Hunger, thirst, pain, and coldness were sensations never experienced by his friends. Like the growth he'd been undergoing till recently, these things were of ignominy, and to be hidden as far as was possible from inquiring eyes. Cold as it was, he'd have to hide. Temporarily, the darkness concealed him, though it was not quite complete. From above the fog, the moon played vaguely deceptive light on the splinters of architecture looming toward it. Some distance off, an owl hooted, but here nocturnal rodents were free to squeak and rustle as they scampered. The world seemed ghostly. Yet it wasn't dead. It merely lurked. And as an irrepressible yawn reminded Roddy of his absurd need for sleep, even in the midst of danger, he concluded for the 1000th time that the one who built him must have been an apprentice. For just such reasons he'd developed the hideout toward which he now walked. It had been the haven of his adolescence, when the discovery of how much he differed from his friends had been a shock, and the shock itself a difference to be hidden. His hiding place was a manhole, dead center in the dead street. A weathered bronze bar carefully placed in the cover's slotted rim was the levering key for opening its door. Everything was wrong tonight. He couldn't even find the bar. Of course, that spoiled things, because the bar was a roller on which to move the heavy cover from below, and a support which held it ajar for ventilation. But the example of his friends had taught him, above all else, to carry on every purpose. Molly was a nurse. She had raised him despite all obstacles. The soldiers were guards. They protected the ruins against everything larger than a rat. The firefighter had even put him out when he was aflame. Anyhow, the manhole cover had been loosened by his frequent handling. He lifted it aside by main strength, then flattened himself on the street and felt with his feet for the top rung. Halfway down the iron ladder, something made him pause. He looked, but saw only blackness. He listened, sniffed, found nothing. What could have entered through the iron cover? He sneered at his own timidity and jumped to the bottom. It was warm. The dry bottom of the hole had the temperature of body heat, as if a large animal had recently rested there. Quickly, Roddy drew the hammer from his waist. Then, with weapon ready for an instantaneous blow, he stretched his left hand through the darkness. He touched something warm, softish. Gingerly, he felt over the curving surface for identifying features. While Roddy investigated by touch, his long fingers were suddenly seized and bitten. At the same time, his right shin received a savage kick, and his own retaliatory blow was checked in mid-swing by an unexpected voice. "Get your filthy hands off me!" it whispered angrily. "Who do you think you are?" Startled, he dropped his hammer. "I'm Roddy," he said, squatting to fumble for it. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm Ida, naturally. Just how many girls are there in this raiding party?" His first invader, and he had dropped his weapon. Scrabbling fearfully in the dust for his hammer, Roddy paused suddenly. This girl, whatever that was, seemed to think him one of her own kind. There was a chance, not much, but worth taking, to turn delay to advantage. Maybe he could learn something of value before he killed her. That would make the soldiers accept him. He stalled, seeking a gambit. "How would I know how many girls there are?" Half expecting a blow, he got instead an apology. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I should have known. Never even heard your name before, either. Roddy. Whose boat did you come in, Roddy?" "Boat? What was a boat?" "How would I know?" he repeated, voice tight with fear of discovery. If she noticed the tension, she didn't show it. Certainly, her whisper was friendly enough. "Oh, you're one of the fellows from Bodega, then. They shoved a boy into our boat at the last minute, too. Tough, isn't it, getting separated in the fog and tide like that? If only we didn't have to use the boats. But, say, how are we going to get away from here?" "I wouldn't know," Roddy said, closing his fingers on the hammer and rising. "How did you get in?" "Followed your footprints. It was sundown, and I saw human tracks in the dust, and they led me here. Where were you?" "Scouting around," Roddy said vaguely. How did you know I was a man when I came back? Because you didn't see me, silly. You know perfectly well those androids are heat sensitive and can locate us in the dark. Indeed, he did know. Many times he'd felt ashamed that Molly could find him whenever she wanted to, even in the manhole. But perhaps the manhole would help him now to redeem himself. I'd like to get a look at you, he said. The girl laughed self-consciously. It's getting gray out. You'll see me soon enough. But she'd see him, Roddy realized. He had to talk fast. What'll we do when it is light? He asked. Well, I guess the boats have gone, Ida said. You could swim the gate, I guess. You seem tall and strong enough. But I couldn't. You'll think it's crazy, but I've given this some thought, and even looked at it from the other side. I expect to try the Golden Gate Bridge. Now he was getting somewhere. The bridge was ruined, impassable. Even her own people had crossed the strait by other means. But if there were a way over the bridge... It's broken, he said. How in the world can we cross it? Oh, you'll find out, if you take me up there. I don't want to be alone, Roddy. Will you go with me, now? Well, she could be made to point out the route before he killed her, if nothing happened when she saw him. Uneasy, Roddy hefted the hammer in his hand. A giggle broke the pause. It's nice of you to wait and let me go first up the ladder, the girl said. But where the heck is that rusty old thing? I'll go first, said Roddy. He might need the advantage. The ladder's right behind me. He climbed with hammer in teeth and stretched his left hand from the street level to grasp and neutralize the girl's right. Then, nervously fingering his weapon, he stared at her in the thin gray dawn. She was short and lean, except for roundnesses here and there. From her shapeless doe-skin dress stretched slender legs that tapered to feet that were bare, tiny, and, like her hands, only 2 in number. Roddy was pleased. They would be evenly matched as to members, and that would make things easy when the time came. He looked into her face. It smiled at him, tanned and ruddy, with a full mouth, and bright dark eyes that hid under long lashes when he looked too long. Startling, those wary eyes, concealing. For a moment he felt a rush of fear, but she gave his hand a squeeze before twisting loose, and burst into sudden laughter. Diapers, she chortled, struggling to keep her voice low. My big, strong, blonde, and blue-eyed hero goes into battle wearing diapers, and carrying only a hammer to fight with. You're the most unforgettable character I have ever known. He'd passed inspection then, so far. He expelled his withheld breath and said, I think you'll find me a little odd in some ways. Oh, no, not at all, she replied quickly. Different, yes, but I wouldn't say odd. When they started down the street, she was nervous, despite Roddy's assertion that he knew where the soldiers were posted. He wondered if she felt some of the doubt he'd tried to conceal, shared his vision of what the soldiers might do if they found him brazenly strolling with an invader. They might not believe he was only questioning a prisoner. Every day, his friends were becoming more unpredictable. For that very reason, because he didn't know what precautions would do any good, he took a chance and walked openly to the bridge by the most direct route. In time, this apparent assurance stilled Ida's fears, and she began to talk. Many of the things she said were beyond his experience and meaningless to him, but he did note with interest how effective the soldiers had been. It's awful, she said. So few young men are left, so many casualties. But why do we keep up the fight? Roddy asked. I mean, the soldiers will never leave the city. Their purpose is to guard it, and they can't leave, so they won't attack. Let them alone, and there'll be plenty of young men. Well, said Ida sharply, you need indoctrination. Didn't they ever tell you that the city is our home, even if the stupid androids do keep us out? Don't you know how dependent we are on those raids for all our tools and things? She sounded suspicious. Roddy shot her a furtive, startled glance. But she wasn't standing off to fight him. On the contrary, she was too close for both comfort and combat. She bumped him hip and shoulder every few steps, and if he edged away, she followed. He went on with his questioning. Why are you here? I mean, sure, the others are after tools and things, but what's your purpose? Ida shrugged. I'll admit no girl has ever done it before, she said, but I thought I could help with the wounded. That's why I have no weapon. She hesitated, glanced covertly up at him, and went on with the rush of words. It's the lack of men, I guess. All the girls are kind of bored and hopeless, so I got this idea and stowed away on one of the boats when it was dark and the fog had settled down. Do you think I'm being silly? No, but you do seem a little purposeless. In silence, they trudged through the vast area of charred wood and concrete foundations on the northern end of the city. Thick fog over the water hid Alcatraz, but inshore visibility was better, and they could see the beginning of the bridge approach. A stone rattled nearby. It was a chunk of metal. Ida gasped and clung to Roddy's arm. Behind me, he whispered urgently. Get behind me and hold on. He felt Ida's arms encircle his waist, her chin dig into his back below the left shoulder. Facing them, 100 feet away, stood a soldier. He looked contemptuous, hostile. It's all right, Roddy said, his voice breaking. There was a long, sullen, heart-stopping stare. Then the soldier turned and walked away. Ida's grip loosened, and he could feel her sag behind him. Roddy turned and held her. With eyes closed, she pressed cold blue lips to his. He grimaced and turned away his head. Ida's response was quick. Forgive me, she breathed, and slipped from his arms. But she held herself erect. I was so scared. And then we've had no sleep, no food, or water. Roddy was familiar with these signs of weakness, proud of appearing to deny his own humiliating needs. I guess you're not as strong as me, he said smugly. I'll take care of you. Of course, we can't sleep now, but I'll get food and water. Leaving her to follow, he turned left to the ruins of a supermarket he had previously visited, demonstrating his superior strength by setting a pace Ida couldn't match. By the time she caught up with him, he had grubbed out a few cans of the special size that Molly always chose. Picking two that were neither dented, swollen, nor rusted, he smashed an end of each with his hammer, and gave Ida her choice of strained spinach or squash. Baby food, she muttered. Maybe it's just what we need. But to eat baby food with a man wearing a diaper... Tell me, Roddy, how did you happen to know where to find it? Well, this is the northern end of the city, he answered, shrugging. I've been here before. Why did the soldier let us go? This watch, he said, touching the radium dial. It's a talisman. But Ida's eyes had widened, and the color was gone from her face. She was silent, too, except when asking him to fill his fast-emptied can with rainwater. She didn't finish her own portion, but lay back in the rubble with feet higher than her head, obviously trying to renew her strength. When they resumed their walk, her sullen, fear-clouded face showed plainly that he'd given himself away. But to kill her now, before learning how she planned to cross the supposedly impassable bridge, seemed as purposeless and impulsive as Ida herself. Roddy didn't think, in any case, that her death would satisfy the soldiers. With new and useful information to offer, he might join them as an equal at last. But if his dalliance with this enemy seemed pointless, not even Molly's knitting needles could protect him. He was sure the soldiers must be tracking the mysterious emanations from his watch dial, and had trouble to keep from glancing over his shoulder at every step. But arrival at the bridge approach ended the need for this self-restraint. Here, difficult going demanded full attention. He'd never gone as far as the bridge before, not wanting to look as if he might be leaving the city. The approach was a jungle of concrete, with an underbrush of reinforcing steel that reached for the unwary with rusted spines. Frequently, they had to balance on cracked girders and inch over roadless spots high off the ground. Here Ida took the lead. When they got to where 3 approach roads made a cloverleaf, she led him down a side road and into a forest. Roddy stopped and seized her arm. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. "I'm taking you with me," Ida said firmly. "Taking you where you belong." "No," he blurted, drawing his hammer. "I can't go, nor let you go. I belong here." Ida gasped, twisted loose, and ran. Roddy ran after her. She wasn't so easily caught. Like a frightened doe, she dashed in and out among the trees, leaping to the bridge's underpinnings, where they thrust rustily from the cliff, and scrambled up the ramp. Roddy sighed and slowed down. The pavement ended just beyond the cable anchors. From there to the south tower, only an occasional dangling support wire showed where the actual bridge had been suspended. Ida was trapped. He could take his time, let the soldiers come up, as they undoubtedly would, to finish the job. But Ida didn't seem to realize she was trapped. Without hesitating, she dashed up the main left-hand suspension cable and ran along its curved steel surface. For a moment, Roddy thought of letting her go, letting her run up the ever-steepening catenary until, because there were no guard ropes or hand grips, she simply fell. That would solve his problem. Except it wouldn't be his solution. Her death wouldn't prove him to his friends. He set out quickly, before Ida was lost to sight in the thick fog that bellowed in straight from the ocean. At first he ran erect along the top of the yard-wide cylinder of twisted metal, but soon the curve steepened. He had to go on all fours, clinging palm and sole. Blood was on the cable where she'd passed. More blood stained it when he'd followed. But because his friends knew neither pain nor fatigue, Roddy would admit none either. Nor would he give in to the fear that dizzied him at every downward look. He scrambled on like an automaton, watching only his holds, until he rammed Ida's rear with his head. She had stopped, trembling and gasping. Roddy clung just below her and looked dazedly around. There was nothing in sight but fog, pierced by the rapier of rusted wire supporting them. Neither end of it was in sight. Upward lay success, if death were not nearer on the cable. No soldier had ever come this far, for soldiers, as he'd told Ida, never left the city, were not built to do so. But he was here. With luck, he could capitalize on the differences that had plagued him so long. "Go on," he ordered hoarsely. "Move." There was neither answer nor result. He broke off an end of loosened wire and jabbed her rear. Ida gasped and crawled on. Up and up they went, chilled, wet, bleeding, pain-racked, exhausted. Never had Roddy felt so thoroughly the defects of his peculiar non-mechanical construction. Without realizing it, he acquired a new purpose, a duty as compelling as that of any soldier or fire watcher. He had to keep that trembling body of his alive, mount the tall rust tower overhead. He climbed, and he made Ida climb, until, at nightmare's end, the fog thinned, and they came into clear, wind-swept air, and clawed up the last 100 feet to sanctuary. They were completely spent. Without word or thought, they crept within the tower, huddled together for warmth on its dank steel deck, and slept for several hours. Roddy awoke as Ida finished struggling free of his unconscious grip. Limping, he joined her painful walk around the tower. From its openings, they looked out on a strange and isolated world. To the north, where Ida seemed drawn as though by instinct, Mount Tamalpais reared its bushy head, a looming island above the billowy white sea of fog. To the south were twin peaks, a pair of buttons on a cotton sheet. Eastward lay Mount Diablo, bald and brooding, the tallest of the peaks and most forbidding. But westward, over the ocean, lay the land of gold, of all the kinds of gold there are, from brightest yellow to deepest orange. Only a small portion of the setting sun glared above the fog bank. The rest seemed to have been broken off and smeared around by a child in love with its color. Fascinated, Roddy stared for minutes, but turned when Ida showed no interest. She was intent on the tower itself. Following her eyes, Roddy saw his duty made suddenly clear. Easy to make out even in the fading light was the route by which invaders could cross to the foot of this tower on the remaining ruins of the road, climb to where he stood now, and then descend the cable over the bridge's gap and catch the city unaware. Easy to estimate was the advantage of even this perilous route over things that scattered on the water and prevented a landing in strength. Easy to see was the need to kill Ida before she carried home this knowledge. Roddy took the hammer from his waist. "Don't! Oh, don't!" Ida screamed. She burst into tears and covered her face with scratched and bloodied hands. Surprised, Roddy withheld the blow. He had wept as a child, and, weeping, had for the first time learned that he differed from his friends. Ida's tears disturbed him, being unhappy memories. "Why should you cry?" he asked comfortingly. "You know your people will come back to avenge you and will destroy my friends." "But my people are your people too," Ida wailed. "It's so senseless. Now, after all our struggle to escape. Don't you see? Your friends are only machines built by your ancestors. We are men, and the city is ours, not theirs." "It can't be," Roddy objected. "The city surely belongs to those who are superior, and my friends are superior to your people, even to me. Each of us has a purpose, though, while you invaders seem to be aimless. Each of us helps preserve the city. You only try to rob and end it by destroying it. My people must be the true men because they're so much more rational than yours, and it isn't rational to let you escape." Ida turned up her tear-streaked face and stared at him. "Rational? What's rational about murdering a defenseless girl in cold blood? Don't you realize we're the same sort of being, we two? Don't you remember how we've been with each other all day?" She paused. Roddy noticed that her eyes were dark and frightened, yet somehow soft, over scarlet cheeks. He had to look away, but he said nothing. "Never mind," Ida said viciously. "You can't make me beg. Go ahead and kill. See if it proves you're superior. My people will take over the city regardless of you and me, and regardless of your jumping jack friends, too. Men can accomplish anything." Scornfully, she turned and looked toward the western twilight. It was Roddy's turn to stand and stare. "Purpose," Ida flung at him over her shoulder. "Logic. Women hear so much of that from men. You're a man, all right. Men always call it logic when they want to destroy. Loyalty to your own sort, kindness, affection, all emotional, aren't they? Not a bit of logic. Emotion is for creating, and it's so much more logical to destroy, isn't it?" She whirled back toward him, advancing as if she wanted to sink her teeth into his throat. "Go ahead, get it over with, if you have the courage." It was hard for Roddy to look away from that wrath-crimsoned face, but it was even harder to keep staring into the blaze of her eyes. He compromised by gazing out an opening at the gathering dusk. He thought for a long time before he decided to tuck his hammer away. "It isn't reasonable to kill you now," he said. "Too dark. You can't possibly get down that half-ruined manway tonight. So let's see how I feel in the morning." Ida began to weep again, and Roddy found it necessary to comfort her. And by morning, he knew he was a man. The end of Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfuss.
The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. Even here, on the black terrace before the forgotten mountain retreat of Asti, it was possible to smell the dank stench of burning Memphir. To imagine that the dawn wind bore upward from the pillaged city the faint, tortured cries of those whom the barbarians of Clem hunted to their prolonged death. Indeed, it was time to leave. Varda, last of the virgin maidens of Asti, shivered. The scaled and wattled creature who crouched beside her thigh turned his reptilian head so that golden eyes met the aquamarine one set slantingly at a faintly provocative angle in her smooth, ivory face. "We go." She nodded in answer to that unvoiced question Lur had sent into her brain, and turned toward the dark cavern which was the mouth of Asti's last dwelling place. Once, more than 1,000 years before, when the walls of Memphir were young, Asti had lived among men below. But in the richness and softness which was trading Memphir, empire of empires, Asti found no place. So he and those who served him had withdrawn to this mountain outcrop. And she, Varda, was the very last to bow knee at Asti's shrine and raise her voice in the dawn hymn. For Lur, as were all his race, was mute. Even the loot of Memphir would not sate the shaggy-headed warriors who had stormed her gates this day. The stairway to Asti's temple was plain enough to see, and there would be those to essay the steep climb, hoping to find a treasure which did not exist. For Asti was an austere god, delighting in plain walls and bare altars. His last priest had lain in the grave niches these 3 years. There would be none to hold that gate against intruders. Varda passed between tall, uncarved pillars, Lur padding beside her, his spine mane erect, the talons on his forefeet clicking on the stone in steady rhythm. So they came into the innermost shrine of Asti, and there Varda made graceful obeisance to the great cowled and robed figure which sat enthroned, its hidden eyes focused upon its own outstretched hand. And above the flattened palm of that wide hand hung, suspended in space, the round orange-red sunball, which was twin to the sun that lighted Erb. Around the miniature sun swung in their orbits the 4 worlds of the system, each obeying the laws of space, even as did the planets they represented. "Memphia has fallen." Varda's voice sounded rusty in her own ears. She had spoken so seldom during the last lonely months. "Evil has risen to overwhelm our world, even as it was prophesied in your revelations, O ruler of worlds and maker of destiny. Therefore, obeying the order given of old, I would depart from this, thy house. Suffer me now to fulfill the law." 3 times she prostrated her slim body on the stones at the foot of Asti's judgment chair. Then she arose, and, with the confidence of a child in its father, she laid her hand, palm upward, upon the outstretched hand of Asti. Beneath her flesh, the stone was not cold and hard, but seemed to have an inner heat, even as might a human hand. For a long moment she stood so, and then she raised her hand slowly, carefully, as if within its slight hollow she cupped something precious. And, as she drew her hand away from the grasp of Asti, the tiny sun and its planets followed, spinning now above her palm as they had above the statues. But out of the cowled figure some virtue had departed with the going of the miniature solar system. It was now but a carving of stone. And Varda did not look at it again as she passed behind its bulk to seek a certain place in the temple wall, known to her from much reading of the old records. Having found the stone she sought, she moved her hand in a certain pattern before it so that the faint radiance streaming from the tiny sun gleamed of the greatness of the wall. There was a grating, as from metal long unused, and a block fell back, opening a narrow door to them. Before she stepped within, the priestess lifted her hand above her head, and when she withdrew it, the sun and planets remained to form a diadem just above the intricate braiding of her dull red hair. As she moved into the secret way, the 5 orbs swung with her, and in the darkness there the sun glowed richly, sending out a light to guide their feet. They were at the top of a stairway, and the hollow clang of the stone as it moved back into place behind them echoed through a gulf which seemed endless. But that, too, was as the chronicles had said, and Varda knew no fear. How long they journeyed down into the maw of the mountain, and, beyond that, into the womb of Erb itself, Varda never knew. But when feet were weary and she knew the bite of real hunger, they came into a passageway which ended in a room hollowed of solid rock. And there, preserved in the chest in which men born in the youth of Memphis had laid them, Varda found that which would keep her safe on the path she must take. She put aside the fine silks, the jeweled cincture, which had been the badge of Asti's service, and drew on over her naked body a suit of scaled skin, gemmed and glistening in the rays of the small sun. There was a hood to cover the entire head, taloned gloves for the hands, webbed, clawed coverings for the feet, as if the skin of a giant, man-like lizard had been tanned and fashioned into this suit. And Varda suspected that that might be so. The world of Erb had not always been held by the humankind alone. There were supplies here, too, lying untouched in ageless containers within a lizard skin pouch. Varda touched her tongue without fear to a powdered restorative, sharing it with Lur, whose own mailed skin would protect him through the dangers to come. She folded the regalia she had stripped off and laid it in the chest, smoothing it regretfully before she dropped the lid upon its shimmering color. Never again would Asti's servant wear the soft stuff of his livery. But she was resolute enough when she picked up the food pouch and strode forward. passing out of the robing chamber into a narrow way which was a natural fault in the rock, unsmoothed by the tools of man. But when this rocky road ended upon the lip of a gorge, Varda hesitated. Plucking at the throat latch of her hood-like helmet, through the unclouded crystal of its eye-hole she could see the sprouts of yellow vapor which puffed from crannies in the rock wall down which she must climb. If the records of the temple spoke true, these curls of gas were death to all lunged creatures of the upper world. She could only trust that the cunning of the scaled hood would not fail her. The long talons fitted to the fingertips of the gloves, the claws of webbed foot coverings clamped fast to every hand and foothold. But the way down was long, and she caught a message of weariness from Lur before they reached the piled rocks at the foot of the cliff. The puffs of steamy gas had become a fog through which they groped their ways slowly, following a trace of path along their base of the cliff. Time did not exist in the underworld of Herb. Varda did not know whether it was still today or whether she had passed into tomorrow when they came to a crossroads. She felt Lur press against her, forcing her back against a rock. "There is a thing coming." His message was clear. And in a moment she too saw a dark hulk nosing through the vapor. It moved slowly, seeming to balance at each step as if travel was a painful act. But it bore steadily to the meeting of the two paths. It is no enemy. But she did not need that reassurance from Lur. Unearthly as the thing looked, it had no menace. With a last twist of ungainly body, the creature squatted on a rock and clawed the clumsy covering it wore about its bone-thin shoulders and domed skull head. The visage it revealed was long and gray, with dark pits for eyes and gaping, fang-studded, lipless mouth. "Who are you to dare to tread the forgotten ways and rouse from slumber the guardian of the chasms?" The question was a shrill whine in her brain. Her hands half arose to cover her ears. "I am Varda, maiden of Asti. Memphis has fallen to the barbarians of the outer lands, and now I go, as Asti once ordered." The guardian considered her answer gravely. In one skeleton claw, it fumbled a rod, and with this it now traced certain symbols in the dust before Varda's webbed feet. When it had done, the girl stooped and altered two of the lines with a swift stroke from one of her talons. The creature of the chasm nodded its misshapen head. "Asti does not rule here, but long and long and long ago there was a pact made with us in his name. Pass free from us, woman of light. There are two paths before you." The guardian paused for so long that Varda dared to prompt it. "Where do they lead, guardian of the dark?" "This will take you down into my country." It jerked the rod to the right. "In that way is death for creatures from the surface world. The other, in our old legends, it is said to bring a traveler out into the upper world. Of the truth of that, I have no proof. But that one I must take." She made slight obeisance to the huddle of bones and dank cloak on the rock, and it inclined its head in grave courtesy. With Lur pushing a little ahead, she took the road which ran straight into the flume-veiled darkness. Nor did she turn to look again at the thing from the chasm world. They began to climb again across slimed rock where there were evil trails of other things which lived in this haunted darkness. But the sun of Asti lighted their way, and perhaps some virtue in the rays from it kept away the makers of such trails. When they pulled themselves up onto a wide ledge, the talons on Varda's gloves were worn to splintered stubs, and there was a bright girdle of pain about her aching body. Lur lay panting beside her, his red forked tongue protruding from his foam-ringed mouth. "We walk again the ways of men." Lur was first to note the tool marks on the stone where they lay. "By the will of Asti, we may win out of this maze after all." Since there were no signs of the deadly steam, Varda dared to push off her hood, and share with her companion the sustaining power she carried in her pouch. There was a freshness to the air they breathed, damp and cold though it was, which hinted of the upper world. The ledge sloped upwards at a steep angle at first, and then more gently. Lur slipped past her and thrust head and shoulders through a break in the rock. Grasping his neck spine, she allowed him to pull her through that narrow slit into the soft blackness of a surface night. They tumbled down together. Varda's head pillowed on Lur's smooth side, and so slept as the sun and worlds of Asti whirled protectingly above them. A whir of wings in the air above her head awakened Varda. One of the small, jewel-bright flying lizard creatures of the deep jungle poised and dipped to investigate more closely the worlds of Asti. But at Varda's upflung arm, it uttered a rasping cry and planed down into the mass of vegetation below. By the glint of sunlight on the stone around them, the day was already well advanced. Varda tugged at Lur's mane until he roused. There was a regularity to the rocks piled about their sleeping place, which hinted that they had lain among the ruins left by man. But of this side of the mountains both were ignorant, for Memphir's rule had not run here. Many dead things in times past. Lur's scarlet nostril pits were extended to their widest. But that was long ago. This land is no longer held by men. Varda laughed cheerfully. If here there are no men, then there will rise no barbarian hordes to dispute our rule. Asti has led us to safety. Let us see more of the land he gives us. There was a road leading down from the ruins, a road still to be followed in spite of the lash of landslip and the crack of time, and it brought them into a cup of green fertility, where the lavishness of Asti's sowing was unchecked by man. Varda seized eagerly upon globes of blood-red fruit, which she recognized as delicacies which had been cultivated in the temple gardens, while Lur went hunting into the fringes of the jungle, there dining on prey so easily caught as to be judged devoid of fear. The jungle-choked highway curved, and they were suddenly fronted by a desert of sere desolation, a desert floored by glassy slag which sent back the sunbeams in a furnace glare. Varda shaded her eyes and tried to see the end of this, but if there was a distant rim of green beyond, the heat distortions in the air concealed it. Lur put out a front paw to test the slag, but withdrew it instantly. It cooks the flesh. We cannot walk here, was his verdict. Varda pointed with her chin to the left where, some distance away, the mountain wall paralleled their course. Then let us keep to the jungle over there and see if it does not bring around to the far side. But what made this? She leaned out over the glassy stuff, not daring to touch the slick surface. War. Lur's tongue shot out to impale a questing beetle. These forgotten people fought with fearsome weapons. But what weapon could do this? Memphir knew not such. Memphir was old, but mayhap there were those who raised cities on before the first hut of Memphir squatted on tidal mud. Men forget knowledge in time. Even in Memphir, the lords of the last days forgot the wisdom of their earlier sages. They fell before the barbarians easily enough. If ever men had wisdom to produce this, it was not of Asti's giving. She edged away from the glare. Let us go. But now they had to fight their way through the jungle, and it was hard, until they reached a ridge of rock running out from the mountain as a tongue thrust into the blasted valley, and along this they picked their slow way. There's water near. Lur's thought answered the girl's desire. She licked dry lips longingly. This way. Her companion's sudden turn was to the left, and Varda was quick to follow him down a slide of rock. Lur's instinct was right, as it ever was. There was water before them, a small lake of it, but even as he dipped his fanged muzzle toward that inviting surface, Lur's spined head jerked erect again. Varda snatched back the hand she had put out, staring at Lur's strange actions. His nostrils expanded to their widest, his long neck outstretched. He was swinging his head back and forth across the limpid shallows. "What is it?" "This is no water such as we know," the scaled one answered flatly. "It has life within it." Varda laughed. "Fish? Water snakes? It's your own distant kin, Lur. It is the scent of them which you catch." "No. It is the water itself which lives, and yet does not live." His thought trailed away from her as he struggled with some problem. No human brain could follow his unless he willed it so. Varda squatted back on her heels and began to look at the water and then at the banks with more care. For the first time, she noted the odd patches of brilliant color which floated just below the surface of the liquid. Blue, green, yellow, crimson. They drifted slowly with the tiny waves which lapped the shore. But they were not alive. She was almost sure of that. They appeared more a part of the water itself. Watching the voyage of one patch of green, she caught sight of the branch. It was a drooping shoot of the turbie, the same tree vine which produced the fruit she had relished less than an hour before. Above the water dangled a cluster of the fruit, dead ripe with the sweet pulp stretching its skin. But below the surface of the water, Varda's breath hissed between her teeth, and Lur's head snapped around as he caught her thought. The branch below the water bore a perfect circle of green flowers close to its tip. The flowers which the turbie had borne naturally 7 months before, and which should long ago have turned into just such sweetness as hung above. With Lur at her heels, the girl edged around to pull cautiously at the branch. It yielded at once to her touch, swinging its tip out of the lake. She sniffed. There was a languid perfume in the air, the perfume of the blooming turbie. She examined the flowers closely. To all appearances, they were perfect and natural. "It preserves." Lur settled back on his haunches and waved one front paw at the quiet water. "What goes into it remains as it was just at the moment of entrance." "But if this is 7 months old—" "It may be 7 years old," corrected Lur. "How can you tell when that branch first dipped into the lake? Yet the flowers do not fade even when withdrawn from the water. This is indeed a mystery." "Of which I would know more." Varda dropped the turbie and started on around the edge of the lake. Twice more they found similar evidence of preservation in flower or leaf, wherever it was covered by the opaline water. The lake itself was a long and narrow slash, with one end cutting into the desert of glass, while the other wet the foot of the mountain, and it was there, on the slope of the mountain, that they found the greatest wonder of all, Lur scenting it before they sighted the remains among the stones. "Man-made," he cautioned, "but very, very old." And truly, the wreckage they came upon must have been old, perhaps even older than the Memphir, for the part which rested above the water was almost gone, rusty red stains on the rocks outlining where it had lain. But underwater was a smooth silver hull, shining and untouched by the years. Varda laid her hand upon a ruddy scrap between 2 rocks, and it became a drift of powdery dust. And yet, there, a few feet below, was strong metal. Lur paddled along the scrap of shore, surveying the thing. "It was a machine in which men traveled." His thoughts arose to her. "But they were not as the men of Memphir, perhaps not even as the sons of Erb." "Not as the sons of Erb?" Her astonishment broke into open speech. Lur's neck twisted as he looked up at her. Did the men of Herb, even in the old chronicles, fight with weapons such as would make a desert of glass? There are other worlds than Herb. Mayhap this strange thing was a skyship from such a world. All things are possible by the will of Asti. Varda nodded. All things are possible by the will of Asti, she repeated. But her eyes were round with wonder. Perhaps it's Asti's will which brought us here to find this marvel. Perhaps he has some use for us and it. At least we may discover what lies within it. Had his own share of curiosity. How? The two of us cannot draw that out of the water. No, but we can enter into it. Varta fingered the folds of the hood on her shoulders. She knew what meant. The suit which had protected her in the underworld was impervious to everything outside its surface, or to every substance its makers knew, just as Lur's own hide made his flesh impenetrable. But the fashioners of her suit had probably never known of the living lake, and what if she had no defense against the strange properties of the water? She leaned back against a rock. Overhead, the worlds and sun of Asti still traveled their appointed paths. The worlds of Asti. If it was his will which had brought them here, then Asti's power would wrap her round with safety. By his will, she had come out of Memphir over ways no human of Herb had ever trod before. Could she doubt that his protection was with her now? It only took a moment to make secure the webbed shoes, to pull on and fasten the hood, to tighten the buckles of her gloves. Then she crept forward, shuddering as the water rose about her ankles. But Lur pushed on before her, his head disappearing fearlessly under the surface as he crawled through the jagged opening in the ship below. Smashed engines, which had no meaning in her eyes, occupied most of the broken section of the wreck. None of the metal showed any deterioration beyond that which had occurred at the time of the crash. Under her exploring hands, it was firm and whole. Lur was pulling at a small door half hidden by a mass of twisted wires and plates, and just as Varda crawled around this obstacle to join him, the barrier gave way, allowing them to squeeze through into what had once been the living quarters of the ship. Varda recognized seats, a table, and other bits of strictly utilitarian furniture, but of those who had once been at home there remained no trace. Lur, having given one glance to the furnishings, was prowling about the far end of the cabin uncertainly, and now he voiced his uneasiness. There's something beyond, something which once had life. Varda crowded up to him. To her eyes, the wall seemed without line of an opening, and yet Lur was running his broad front paws over it carefully, now and then throwing his weight against the smooth surface. There is no door, she pointed out doubtfully. No door? Ah, here! Lur unsheathed formidable fighting claws to their full length for perhaps the first time in his temple-sheltered life, and endeavored to work them into a small crevice. The muscles of his forelegs and quarters stood out in sharp relief under his scales. His fangs were bare as his lips snapped back with effort. Something gave. A thin black line appeared to mark the edges of a door. Then time, or Lur's strength, broke the ancient locking mechanism. The door gave so suddenly that they were both sent hurtling backwards, and Lur's breath burst from him in a huge bubble. The sealed compartment was hardly more than a cupboard, but it was full. Spread-eagled against the wall was a four-limbed creature whose form was so smothered in a bulky suit that Varda could only guess that it was akin in shape to her own. Hoops of metal locked it firmly to the wall, but the head had fallen forward so that the faceplate in the helmet was hidden. Slowly, the girl breasted the water which filled the cabin and reached her hands toward the bowed helmet of the prisoner. Gingerly, her blunt talons scraping across metal, she pulled it up to her eye level. The eyes of that which stood within the suit were closed, as if in sleep, but there was a warm, healthy tint to the bronze skin, so different in shade to her own pallid coloring. For the rest, the prisoner had the two eyes, the centered nose, the properly shaped mouth which were common to the men of Herb, Hair grew on his head, black and thick, and there was a faint shadow of a beard on his jawline. This is a man, her thought reached Lur. Why not? Did you expect a serpent? It is a pity he is dead. Varda felt a rich, warm tide rising in her throat to answer that teasing half-question. There were times when Lur's thought reading was annoying. He had risen to his hind leg so that he could look into the shell which held their find. Yes, a pity, he repeated. But... A vision of the turby flowers swept through her mind. Had Lur suggested it, or had that wild thought been hers alone? Only this ship was so old, so very old. Lur's red tongue flicked. It can do no harm to try, he suggested slyly, and set his claws into the hoop holding the captive's right wrist, testing its strength. But the metal on the shore, it crumpled into powder at my touch, she protested. What if we carry him out, only to have... Her mind shuddered away from the picture which followed. Did the turby blossoms fade when pulled out? Countered Lur. There is a secret to these fastenings, he pulled and pried impatiently. Varda tried to help, but even their united strength was useless against the force which held the loops in place. Breathless, the girl slumped back against the wall of the cabin, while Lur settled down on his haunches. One of the odd patches of color drifted by, its vivid scarlet like a jewel spiraling lazily upward. Varda's eyes followed its drift, and so were guided to what she had forgotten. The worlds of Asti. Asti! Lur was looking up too. The powers of Asti! Varda's hand went up, rested for a long moment under the sun, and then drew it down. Carefully, slowly, as she had in Memphir's temple. Then she stepped towards the captive. Within her hood, a beaded line of moisture outlined her lips. A pulse thundered on her temple. This was a fearsome thing to try. She held the sun on a line with one of the wrist bonds. She must avoid the flesh it imprisoned, for Asti's power could kill. From the sun there shot an orange-red beam to strike full upon the metal. A thin line of red crept across the smooth hoop, crept and widened. Varda raised her hand, sending the sun spinning up, and Lur's claws pulled on the metal. It broke like rotten wood in his grasp. The girl gave a little gasp of half-terrified delight. Then the old legends were true. As Asti's priestess, she controlled powers too great to guess. Swiftly, she loosed the other hoops and restored the sun and worlds to their place over her head as the captive slumped across the threshold of his cell. Tugging and straining, they brought him out of the broken ship into the sunlight of herb. Varda threw back her hood and breathed deeply of the air which was not manufactured by the wizardry of the lizard skin, and Lur sat panting, his nostril flaps open. It was he who spied the spring on the mountainside above, a spring of water uncontaminated by the strange life of the lake. They both dragged themselves there to drink deeply. Varda returned to the lake shore reluctantly. Within her heart, she believed that the man they had brought from the ship was truly dead. Lur might hold out the promise of the flowers, but this was a man, and he had laid in the water for countless ages. So she went with lagging steps to find Lur busy. He had solved the mystery of the spacesuit and had stripped it from the unknown. Now his clawed paw rests lightly on the bared chest, and he turned to Varda eagerly. There is life. Hardly daring to believe that, she dropped down beside Lur and touched their prize. Lur was right. The flesh was warm, and she had caught the faint rhythm of shallow breath. Half remembering old tales, she put her hands on the arch of the lower ribs and began to aid that rhythm. The breaths were deeper. Then the man half turned. His arm moved. Varda and Lur drew back. For the first time, the girl probed gently the sleeping mind before her, even as she had read the minds of those few of Memphir who had ascended to the temple precincts in the last days. Much of what she read now was confused or so alien to Herb that it had no meaning for her. But she saw a great city plunged into flaming death in an instant, and felt the horror and remorse of the man at her feet because of his own part in that act, the horror and remorse which had led him to open rebellion, and so to his imprisonment. There was a last dark and frightening memory of a door closing on light and hope. The spaceman moaned softly and hunched his shoulders, as if he struggled vainly to tear loose from bonds. "He thinks he is still prisoner," observed Lur. "For him, life begins at the very point it ended, even as it did for the Turby flowers. See, now he awakens." The eyelids rose slowly, as if the man hated to see what he must look upon. Then, as he sighted Varda and Lur, his eyes went wide. He pulled himself up and looked dazedly around, striking out wildly with his fists. Catching sight of the clumsy suit Lur had taken from him, he pulled at it, looking at the two before him as if he feared some attack. Varda turned to Lur for help. She might read minds and use the wordless speech of Lur, but his people knew the art of such communication long before the priests of Asti had stumbled upon their secret. Let Lur now quiet this outlander. Delicately, Lur sought a way into the other's mind, twisting down paths of thought strange to him. Even Varda could not follow the subtle waves sent forth in the quick examination and reconnoitering, nor could she understand all of the conversation which resulted. For the man from the ancient ship answered in speech aloud, sharp, harsh sounds of no meaning. It was only after repeated instruction from Lur that he began to frame his messages in his mind, clumsily and disconnectedly. Pictures of another world, another solar system, began to grow more clear as the spaceman became more at home in the new way of communication. He was one of a race who had come to Herb from beyond the stars and discovered a world without human life. So they had established colonies and built great cities, far different from Memphier, and had lived in peace for centuries of their own time. Then, on a faraway planet of their birth, there had begun a great war, a war which brought flaming death to all that world. The survivors of a last battle in outer space had fled to the colonies on Herb, but among this handful were men driven mad by the death of their world, and these had blasted the cities of Herb, saying that their kind must be wiped out. The man they had rescued had turned against one such maddened leader and had been imprisoned just before an attack upon the largest of the colony cities. After that, he remembered nothing. Varda stopped trying to follow the conversation. Lur was only explaining now how they had found the spaceman and brought him out of the wrecked ship. No human on Herb, this one had said. And yet were there not her own people, the ones who had built Memphier? And what of the barbarians, who, ruthless and cruel as they seemed by the standards of Memphier, were indeed men? Whence had they come, then, the men of Memphier and the ancestors of the barbarian hordes? Her hands touched the scaled skin of the suit she still wore and then rubbed across her own smooth flesh. Could one have come from the other? Was she of the blood and heritage of Lur? Not so, Lur's mind, as quick as his flickering tongue, had caught that panic-born thought. You are of the blood of this space wanderer. Men from the Riven colonies must have escaped to safety. Look at this man. Is he not like the men of Memphier, as they were in the olden days of the city's greatness? The stranger was tall, taller than the men of Memphier, and there was a certain hardness about him which those city dwellers in ease had never displayed. But Lur must be right. This was a man of her race. She smiled in sudden relief, and he answered that smile. Lur's soft laughter rang in both of their heads. Asti and his infinite wisdom can see through the centuries. Memphier has fallen because of its softness and the evil doing of its people, and the barbarians will now have their way with the lands of the north. But to me, it appears that Asti is not yet done with the pattern he was weaving there. To each of you, he granted a second life. Do not disdain the gifts of Asti, daughter of Herb. Again, Varta felt the warm tide of blood rise in her cheeks, but she no longer smiled. Instead, she regarded the outlander speculatively. Not even a maiden of the temple could withstand the commands of the All-Highest. Gifts from the hand of Asti dared not be thrown away. Above the puzzlement of the stranger, she heard the chuckling of Lur. End of The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. Recording by Nora Trapp.
Sam, This Is You by Mary Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sam, This Is You by Mary Leinster. You are not supposed to believe this story, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he is apt to say that it's all a lie. But Sam is a bit sensitive about it. He does not want the question of privacy to be raised again, especially in Rosie's hearing. And there are other matters. But it's all perfectly respectable and straightforward. It could have happened to anybody. Well, almost anybody. Anybody, say, who was a telephone lineman for the Batesville and Rappahannock Telephone Company, and who happened to be engaged to Rosie, and who had been told admiringly by Rosie that a man as smart as he was ought to make something wonderful of himself. And, of course, anybody who had taken that seriously and had been puttering around on a device to make private conversations on a party line telephone possible, and almost had the trick. It began about 6 o'clock on July 2nd, when Sam was up on a telephone pole near Bridges Run. He was hunting for the place where that party line had gone dead. He had hooked up his lineman's phone, and he couldn't raise Central, so he was just going to start looking for the break when the phone rang back, though the line had checked dead. Startled, he put the receiver to his ear. "Hello? Who's this?" "Sam, this is you," a voice replied. "Huh?" said Sam. "What's that?" "This is you," the voice on the wire repeated. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." Sam hadn't even thought of hanging up. He was annoyed. He was up a telephone pole, trying to do some work, resting in his safety belt, and with his climbing irons safely fixed in the wood. Naturally, he thought somebody was trying to joke with him, and when a man is working is no time for jokes. "I'm not hanging up," said Sam dourly. "But you'd better." The voice was familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. If it talked a little more, he undoubtedly would. He knew it just about as well as he knew his own, and it was irritating not to be able to call this joker by name. The voice said, "Sam, it's the 2nd of July where you are, and you're up a pole by Bridges Run. The line's dead in 2 places, else I couldn't talk to you. Lucky, ain't it?" "Whoever you are," Sam said formidably, It ain't going to be lucky for you if you ever need telephone service and you've kept wasting my time. I'm busy." "But I'm you," insisted the voice persuasively. "And you're me. We're both the same Sam Yoder, only where I am, it's July 12th. Where you are, it's July 2nd. You've heard of time traveling. Well, this is time talking. You're talking to yourself. That's me. And I'm talking to myself. That's you. And it looks like we've got a mighty good chance to get rich." Then something came into Sam's memory, and every muscle in his body went taut and tight, even as he was saying to himself, "It can't be." But he'd remembered that if a man stands in a corner and talks to the wall, his voice will sound to him just the way it sounds to somebody else. Being in the telephone business, he had tried it, and now he did recognize the voice. It was his own, talking to him, which, of course, was impossible. "Look," he said hoarsely, "I don't believe this." "Well, then listen," the voice said briskly, and Sam's face grew red. It burned. His ears began to feel scorched, because the voice, his voice, was telling him strictly private matters that nobody else in the world knew, nobody but himself and Rosie. "Quit it," groaned Sam. "Somebody might be listening. Tell me what you want and ring off." The voice told him what it wanted, his own voice. It sounded pleased. It told him precisely what it wanted him to do. And then, very kindly, it told him exactly where the two breaks in the line were. And then it rang off. He sweated when he looked at the first of the two places. A joining was bad, and he fixed that. It was where his voice had said it would be, and that was as impossible as anything else. When he had fixed the second break, Sam called Central and told her he was sick and going home, and that if there were any other phones that needed fixing today, people were probably better off without phone service anyhow. He went home and washed his face and made himself a brew of coffee and drank it, and his memory turned out to be unimpaired. Presently he heard himself muttering. So he said defiantly, "There ain't any crazy people in my family, so it ain't likely I've gone out of my head. But God knows, nobody but Rosie knows about me telling her sentimental that her nose is so cute. I couldn't believe she ever had to blow it. Maybe it was me talking to myself." Talking to oneself is not abnormal. Lots of people do it. Sam missed out the conclusion to be drawn from the fact that he had answered himself back. He reasoned painfully. If somebody drove over to Rappahannock, past Dunsville, and telephoned back that there was a brush fire at Dunsville, I wouldn't be surprised to get to Dunsville and find the brush fire there. So, if somebody phones back from next Tuesday that Mr. Broadus broke his leg next Tuesday, why, I shouldn't be surprised to get to next Tuesday and find he had done it. Going to Rappahannock, past Dunsville, and going to next Thursday, past next Tuesday, ain't so much difference. It's only the difference between a road map and a calendar. Then he began to see implications. He blinked. "Yes, sir," he said in awe. "I wouldn't have thought of it if I hadn't told myself on the telephone, but there is money to be made out of this. I must be near as smart as Rosie thinks I am. I'd better get that dinkus set up." He had more or less half-heartedly worked out an idea of how a party-line telephone conversation could be made private, but just out of instinct, you might say. He had accumulated around his house a lot of stuff that should have been on the telephone company's inventory. There were condensers and transmitters and selective ringing bells and resistances and the like. He had meant to put some of them together someday and see what happened, but he had been too busy courting Rosie to get to it. Now he did get started. His own voice on the telephone had told him to. It had warned him that one thing he had intended wouldn't work and something else would. But it was essentially simple, after all. He finished it and cut off his line from Central, and hooked this gadget in. He rang. Half a minute later, somebody rang back. "Hello," said Sam, quivering. He had broken the line to Central, remember. In theory, he shouldn't have gotten anybody, anywhere. But a very familiar voice said, "Hello," back at him, and Sam swallowed and said, "Hello, Sam. This is you in the 2nd of July." The voice at the other end said cordially that Sam had done pretty well, and now the two of them, Sam in the here and now, and Sam in the middle of the week after next, would proceed to get rich together. But the voice from July 12th sounded less absorbed in the conversation than Sam thought quite right. It seemed even abstracted. And Sam was at once sweating from the pure unreasonableness of the situation, and conscious that he rated congratulations for the highly technical device he had built. After all, not everybody could build a time talker. He said with some irony, "If you're too busy to talk." "I'll tell you," replied the voice from the 12th of July, gratified. "I am kind of busy right now. You'll understand when you get to where I am. Don't get mad, Sam. Tell you what. You go see Rosie and tell her about this and have a nice evening. Ha ha." "Now what," asked Sam cagily, "do you mean by that ha ha?" "You'll find out," said the voice. "Knowing what I know, I'll even double it. Ha 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 ha." There was a click. Sam rang back, but got no answer. He may have been the first man in history to take an objective and completely justified dislike to himself. But presently he grumbled. "Smart, huh? Two can play at that. I'm the one that's got to do things if we're both going to get rich." He put his gadget carefully away and combed his hair and ate some cold food around the house and drove over to see Rosie. It was a night and an errand which, ordinarily, would have seemed purely romantic. There were fireflies floating about, and the moon shone down splendidly, and a perfumed breeze carried mosquitoes from one place to another. It was the sort of night on which, ordinarily, Sam would have thought only of Rosie, and Rosie would have optimistic ideas about how housekeeping could, after all, be done on what Sam made a week. They got settled down in the hammock on Rosie's front porch, and Sam said expansively, "Rosie, I've made up my mind to get rich. You ought to have everything your little heart desires. Suppose you tell me what you want so I'll know how rich I've got to get." Rosie drew back. She looked sharply at Sam. "Do you feel all right?" He beamed at her. He had never been married, and he didn't know how crazy it sounded to Rosie to be queried on how much money would satisfy her. There simply isn't any answer to the question. "Listen," said Sam tenderly. "Nobody knows it, but tonight Joe Hunt and the widow Backus are eloping to North Carolina to get married. We'll find out about it tomorrow. And day after tomorrow, on the 4th of July, Dunsville is going to win the baseball game with Bradensburg, 7-5, all tied till the 9th inning, and then George Peavy is going to hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base. Rosie stared at him. Sam explained complacently. The Sam Yoder in the middle of the week after next had told him what to expect in those particular cases. He would tell him other things to expect. So Sam was going to get rich. Rosie said, "Sam, somebody was playing a joke on you." "Yeah," Sam answered comfortably. "Who else but me knows what you said to me that time you thought I was mad at you and you were crying out back of the well house? Sam!" "And nobody else knows about that time we were picnicking and a bug got down the back of your dress and you thought it was a hornet." "Sam Yoder!" wailed Rosie. "You never told anybody about that." "Nope," said Sam truthfully. "I never did. But the me in the week after next knew. He told me. So he had to be me talking to me. It couldn't have been anybody else." Rosie gasped. Sam explained it all over again, in detail. When he had finished, Rosie seemed dazed. Then she said desperately, "Sam, either you've told somebody else everything we ever said or did together, or else there's somebody who knows every word we ever said to each other. That's awful. Do you really and truly mean to tell me?" "Sure I mean to tell you," said Sam happily. "The me in the week after next called me up and talked about things nobody knows but you and me. Can't be no doubt at all." Rosie shivered. He knows every word we ever said. Then he knows every word we're saying now." She gulped. "Sam Yoder, you go home." Sam gaped at her. She got up and backed away from him. Do you think," she chattered despairingly, that I'm going to talk to you when somebody else listens to every word I say and knows everything I do? Do you think I'm going to marry you?" Then she ran away, weeping noisily, and slammed the door on Sam. Her father came out presently, looking patient, and asked Sam to go home so Rosie could finish crying and he could read his newspaper in peace. On the way back to his own house, Sam meditated darkly. By the time he got there, he was furious. The him in the next week after next could have warned him about this. He rang and rang and rang on the cutoff line with his gadget hooked in to call July the 12th, but there was no answer. When morning came, he rang again, but the phone was still dead. He loaded his toolkit in the truck and went off to work, feeling about as low as a man could feel. He felt lower when he reported at the office, and somebody told him excitedly that Joe Hunt and the widow Backus had eloped to North Carolina to get married. Nobody would have tried to stop them if they had prosaically gotten married at home, but they had eloped to make it more romantic. It wasn't romantic to Sam. It was devastating proof that there was another him 10 days off, knowing everything he knew and more besides, and, very likely, laughing his head off at the fix Sam was in. He went over to Bradensburg that day to repair some broken lines, and around noon he went into a store to get something to eat. There were some local sportsmen in the store, bragging to each other about what the Bradensburg baseball team would do to the Dunsville Nine. Sam said peevishly, "Ha! Dunsville will win the game by 2 runs. "Have you got any money that agrees with you?" a local sportsman demanded pugnaciously. "If you have, put it up and let somebody cover it." Sam wanted to draw back, but he had roused the civic pride of Bradensburg. He tried to temporize, and he was jeered at. In the end, philosophically, he dragged out all the money he had with him and bet it, $11. It was covered instantly, amid raucous laughter. And on the way back to Batesville, he reflected unhappily that he was going to make $11 out of knowing what was going to happen in the 9th inning of that ball game, but probably at the cost of losing Rosie. He tried to call his other self that night again. There was no more answer than before. He unhooked the gadget and restored normal service to himself. He rang Rosie's house. She answered the phone. "Rosie," Sam asked yearningly, "are you still mad at me?" "I was never mad at you," said Rosie, gulping. "I'm mad at whoever was talking to you on the phone and knows all our private secrets. And I'm mad at you if you told him." "But I didn't have to tell him. He's me. All he has to do is just remember. I tried to call him last night and again this morning," he added bitterly, "and he don't answer. Maybe he's gone off somewheres. I'm thinking it might be a kind of illusion, maybe." "You told me there'd be an elopement last night," retorted Rosie, her voice wobbling. "And there was. Joe Hunt and the widow Backus, just like you said." It could have been a coincidence," suggested Sam, not too hopefully. "I'm waiting to see if Dunsville beats Bradensburg 7-5 tomorrow, tied to the 9th, with George Peavy hitting a homer, then with Fred Holmes on second base. If that happens, I'll die." "Why?" asked Sam. "Because it'll mean that I can't marry you, ever, because somebody else would be looking over your shoulder, and we wouldn't ever be by ourselves, all our lives, night or day." She hung up, weeping, and Sam swore slowly and steadily and with venom, while he worked to hook up his device again, which did not make a private conversation on a party line, but allowed a man to talk to himself 10 days away from where he was. And then Sam rang, and rang, and rang, but he got no answer. The following day, in the big 4th of July game, Dunsville beat Bradensburg 7-5. It was tied to the 9th. Then George Peavy hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base. Sam collected his winnings, but grimly, without joy. He stayed home that night, worrying and every so often trying to call himself up on the device he had invented and been told, by himself, to modify. It was a nice gadget, but Sam did not enjoy it. It was a nice night, too. There was moonlight, but Sam did not enjoy that either. Moonlight wouldn't do Sam any good so long as there was another him in the middle of the week after next, refusing to talk to him so he could get out of the fix he was in. Next morning, though, the phone woke him. He swore at it out of habit until he got out of bed, and then he realized that his gadget was hooked in and Central was cut off. He made it in one jump to the instrument. "Hello?" "Don't fret," said his own voice patronizingly. "Rosie's going to make up with you." "How in blazes do you know what she's going to do?" raged Sam. "She won't marry me with you hanging around. I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of you." "Quiet," commanded the voice on the telephone irritably. "I'm busy. I've got to go collect the money you've made for us." "You collect money? I get in trouble and you collect money?" "I have to," his voice said with the impatient patience of one speaking to a small idiot child. "Before you can have it. Listen here. Where you are, it's Wednesday. You're going over to Dunsville today to fix some phones. You'll be in Mr. Broaddus's law office about 10:30. You look out the window and notice a fella sitting in a car in front of the bank. Notice him good." I won't do it, said Sam defiantly. I ain't taking any orders from you. Maybe you're me, but I make money and you collect it. For all I know, you spend it before I get to it. I'm quitting this business right now. It's cost me my own true love and all my life's happiness, and to hell with you. You won't do it? His own voice asked nastily. Wait and see. So, that morning, the manager told Sam, when he reported to work, to drive over to Dunsville and check on some lines there. Sam balked. He said there were much more important lines needing repair elsewhere. The manager explained politely to Sam that Mr. Broaddus over in Dunsville had been taken drunk at a 4th of July party and fallen out of a window. He had broken his leg, so it was a Christian duty to make sure he had a telephone in working order in his office, and Sam could get over there right away, or else. On the way to Dunsville, Sam morosely remembered that he had known about Mr. Broaddus's leg. He had told himself about it on the telephone. At 10:30, he was fixing Mr. Broaddus's telephone when he remembered about the man he was supposed to get a good look at, sitting in a car in front of the bank. He made an angry resolution not, under any circumstances, to glance outside of the lawyer's office. He meditated savagely that, by this resolution, the schemes of his other self in the future were abolished. Naturally, he presently went to the window and looked to see what he was abolishing. There was a car before the bank with a reddish-haired man sitting in it. A haze came out of the exhaust, showing that the motor was running. None of this impressed Sam as remarkable, but as he looked, 2 other men came running out of the bank. One of them carried a bag, and both of them had revolvers out, and they piled into the car, and the reddish-haired man gunned it, and it was abruptly a dwindling speck in a cloud of dust getting out of town. 3 seconds later, old Mr. Bluford, president of the bank, came out yelling, and the cashier came after him, and it was a first-rate bank robbery they were yelling about. The men in the getaway car had departed with $35,000. All of it had taken place so fast that Sam hardly realized what had happened when he went out to see what it was all about, and was instantly seized upon to do some work. The bank robbers had shot out the telephone cable out of town with a shotgun, so word couldn't get ahead of them. Sam was needed to re-establish communications with the outside world. He did, absorbedly reflecting on the details of the robbery as he had heard them. He was high up on a telephone pole, and the sheriff and enthusiastic citizens were streaking past in cars to make his labors unnecessary, when the personal aspect of all this affair hit him. "God!" gasped Sam, shocked. "That me in the middle of next week told me to come over here and watch a bank robbery, but he didn't let on what was going to happen, so's I could stop it." He felt an incredulous indignation come over him. "I would have been a hero," he said resentfully. "Rosie would have admired me. That other me is a born crook." Then he realized the facts. The other him was himself only a week and a half distant. The other him was so far sunk in dastardliness that he permitted a crime to take place, feeling no more than sardonic amusement. And there was nothing he himself could do about it. He couldn't even tell the authorities about this depraved character. They wouldn't believe him, unless he could get his other self on the telephone to admit his criminality. Even then, what could they do? Sam felt what little zest he had left in living go trickling out of his climbers. He looked into the future and saw nothing desirable in it. He painstakingly finished the repair of the shot-out telephone line, but then he went down to his truck and drove over to Rosie's house. There was but one thing he could do. Rosie came suspiciously to the door. "I come to tell you goodbye, Rosie," said Sam. "I just found out I'm a criminal, so I aim to go and commit my crimes far away from my home and the friends who never thought I'd turn out this way. Goodbye, Rosie." "Sam," said Rosie, "what's happened now?" He told her about the bank robbery and how his own self, in the week after next, had known it was going to happen, and told Sam to go watch it without giving him information by which it could have been stopped. "He knew it after it happened," said Sam bitterly, "and he could have told me about it before. He didn't. So he's an accessory to the crime, and he's me, which makes me an accessory, too. Goodbye, Rosie. My own true love, you'll never see me again." "You sit right down here," Rosie ordered firmly. "You haven't done a thing yet, so it's that other you who's a criminal. You haven't got a thing to run away for." "But I'm going to have. I'm doomed to be a criminal. It's that me in the week after next. There's nothing to be done." "Says who? I'm going to do something." "Like what?" asked Sam. "I'm going to reform you," said Rosie, "before you start." She was a determined girl, that Rosie. She marched inside and put on her blue jeans, then went to her father's woodshed, where he kept his tools, and got a monkey wrench and stuck it in her hip pocket. When she came to the truck, Sam said, "What's the idea, Rosie?" "I'm riding around with you," replied Rosie with a grim air. "You won't do anything criminal with me on hand. And if that other you starts talking to you on the telephone, I'm going to climb that pole and tell him where he gets off." "If anybody could keep me from turning criminal," acknowledged Sam, "it'd be you, Rosie. But that monkey wrench, what's it for?" Rosie climbed into the seat beside him. "You start having criminal ideas," she told him, "and you'll find out. Now, you go on about your business, and I and the monkey wrench will look after your morals." This tender exchange happened only an hour or so after the robbery, and there was plenty of excitement around. But Sam went soberly about his work as telephone lineman. Rosie simply rode with him as it wasn't as a bodyguard, but a sort of MP escort, morals police. Where he worked on a line, he called the central office to report, and he heard about the hunt for the bank robbers and told Rosie. It was good fortune that he had been in Dunsville when the robbery happened, because his prompt repair of the phone wires had spoiled the robbers' getaway plans. They hadn't gone 10 miles from Dunsville before somebody fired a load of buckshot at them as their car roared by Lemon's store. They were passed before they realized they'd been shot at, but the buckshot had punctured the radiator, and 2 miles on they were stuck. They pushed their car off the road behind some bushes and struck out on foot, and the sheriff ran right past their car without seeing it. Then rain began to fall, and the bank robbers were wet and scared and desperate. They knew there would be roadblocks set up everywhere, and they had that bag of money, part bills, but a lot of it silver, and all of Tidewater was up in arms. Taking evasive action, they hastily stuffed their pockets with small bills. There were no big ones, but dared not take too much lest the pockets bulge. They hid the major part of their loot in a hollow tree. They separated, going to nearby towns, while rain fell heavily and covered their trails, and went to bed with chest colds. They felt miserable, But the rain washed away the scent they had left, and bloodhounds couldn't do a thing. None of this was known to Sam, of course. Rosie had taken charge of him, and she kept charge. She rode with him all the afternoon of the robbery. When quitting time came, he took her home and prepared to retire from the scene. But she said grimly, "Oh, no, you don't. You're staying right here. You're going to sleep in my brother's room, and my pa's going to put a padlock on the door so you don't go roaming off to call up that no-account other you and get into more trouble." "I might mess things up if I don't talk to him," Sam objected. "He's messed things up enough by talking to you. The idea of repeating our private affairs. He hadn't ought to know them, and I'm not sure," she said ominously, "that you didn't tell him. If you did, Sam Yoder." Sam didn't argue the point, for there was no argument to make. He was practically meek until he discovered after supper that the schedule for the evening was a game of cribbage played in the living room where Rosie's mother and father were. He mentioned unhappily to Rosie that they were acting like old married people without the fun of getting that way, but he said that only once. Rosie glared at him, and when bedtime came, she shooed him into her brother's room, and her father padlocked him in. He did not sleep well. Next morning, there was Rosie in her blue jeans, with a monkey wrench in her pocket, ready to go riding with him. She did, and the next day, and the next. Nothing happened. The State Banking Association put up $5,000 reward for the bank robbers, and the insurance company put up some more, but there wasn't a trace of the criminals. There wasn't a trace of criminality about Sam either. Rosie rode with him, but they exchanged not one single hand squeeze, nor one melting glance, nor did they even play footsies while they were eating lunch in the truck outside a filling station. Their conduct was exemplary, and it wore on Sam. Possibly it wore on Rosie too. One day Sam said morosely, as he chewed on a ham sandwich at lunch, "Rosie, I'm crazy about you, but this feels like I've been divorced without ever even getting married first." And Rosie snapped, "If I told you how I feel, that other you in the week after next would laugh his fool head off, so shut up." Things were bad, and they got no better. For nearly a week, Rosie rode everywhere with Sam in his truck. They acted in a manner which Rosie's parents would in theory have approved, but didn't even begin to believe in. They did nothing the world could not have watched without their being embarrassed, and they said very little that all the world would not have been bored to hear. It must have been the 11th of July when they almost snapped at each other, and Rosie said bitterly, "Let me drive a while. I need to put my mind on something that it don't make me mad to think about." "Go ahead," Sam invited gloomily. He stopped the truck and got out the door. "I don't look for any happiness in this world anymore, anyway." He went around to the other side of the truck while she slid to the driver's seat. "Tomorrow's going to be the 12th, she said. "Do you realize that?" "I hadn't given it much thought," admitted Sam. "But what's the difference?" "That's the day where the other you was when he called you up the first time." "That's right," said Sam morbidly. "It is." "And so far," added Rosie, jamming her foot viciously down on the accelerator, "I've kept you honest. If you change into a scoundrel between now and tomorrow—" She changed to second gear. The truck jerked and bounced. "Hey!" cried Sam. "Watch your driving." "Don't you tell me how to drive." "But if I get killed before tomorrow—" Rosie changed gear again, but too soon. The truck bucked, and she jammed down the accelerator again, and had almost leaped off the road. "If you get killed before tomorrow," raged Rosie, "it'll serve you right. I've been thinking and thinking and thinking, and even if I stop you from being a crook, there'll always be that other you knowing everything we say and do." She was hitting 40 miles an hour and speeding up. "So there'd still be no use, no hope anyway." She sobbed, partly in fury and partly in grief. And the roadway curved sharply just about there, and she swung the truck crazily around it, and there was a car standing only halfway off the road. Sam grabbed for the steering wheel, but there wasn't time. The light half truck, still accelerating, hit the parked car with the noise of dozens of empty oil drums falling downstairs. The truck slewed around, bounced back, and then it charged forward and slammed into the parked car a second time. Then it stalled. Somebody yelled at Sam. He got out of the truck, looking at the damage and trying to figure out how it was that neither he nor Rosie had been killed, and trying worriedly to think how he was going to explain to the telephone company that he had let Rosie drive. The voice yelled louder. Right at the edge of the woodland, there was a reddish-haired character screaming at him and tugging at his hip pocket. The words he used were not fit for Rosie's shell-like ears, even if they probably came near matching the way she felt. The reddish-haired man said more nasty words at the top of his voice. His hand came out of his hip pocket with something glittering in it. Sam was swinging when the glitter began, and he connected before the gun fired. There was a sort of squashy smacking sound, and the reddish-haired man lay down quietly in the road. "M'God," said Sam blankly. "This was the fella in front of the bank. He's one of those robbers." He stared. There was a loud crashing in the brushwood. The accident had happened at the edge of some woodland, and Sam did not need a high IQ to know that the friends of the red-haired man must be on the way. A second later, he saw them. Rosie was just getting out of the car then. She was very pale, and there wasn't time to tell her to get started up, if possible, and away from there. The men came at Sam, meanwhile expressing opinions of the state of things, of Sam, of the cosmos, of everything but the weather, in terms even more reprehensible than the first man had used. They saw the reddish-haired man lying on the ground. One of them, he had come out into the road behind the truck and was running towards Sam, jerked out a pistol. He was about to use it on Sam, at a range of something like 6 feet, when there was a peculiar noise behind him. It was a sort of hollow clunk, which, even at such a time, needed to have attention paid to it. He jerked his head around to see. The clunk had been made by Rosie's monkey wrench, falling imperatively on the head of the second man to come out of the woods. She had carried it to use on Sam, but she used it instead on a total stranger. He fell down and lay peacefully still. Then Sam swung a second time at the second man to draw a pistol on him. Then there was only the sweet singing of birds among the trees and the whirrings of other insect noises of creatures in the grass and brushwood. Presently there were other noises, but they were made by Rosie. She wept, hanging on to Sam. He unwound her arms from around his neck and thoughtfully went to the back of the truck and got out some phone wire and his pliers. He fastened the 3 strangers' hands together behind them, and then their feet, and he piled them in the back of the light truck along with the money they had stolen. They came to, one by one, and Sam explained severely that they must watch their language in the presence of a lady. The three were so dazed, though, by what had befallen them, that the warning wasn't really necessary. Rosie's parents would have been pleased at how completely proper their behavior was, while they took the three bank robbers into town and turned them over to the sheriff. That night, Rosie sat on the porch with Sam, and they discussed the particular event of the day in some detail. But Rosie was still concerned about the other Sam. So, Sam decided to assert himself. About 9:30, he said firmly, "Well, Rosie, I guess I'd better be getting along home. I've got to try one more time to call myself up on the telephone and tell me to mind my own business." "Says who?" demanded Rosie. "You're staying locked up right here tonight, and I'm riding with you tomorrow. If I kept you honest this far, I can keep it up until sundown tomorrow. Then maybe it will stick." Sam protested, but Rosie was adamant, not only about keeping him from being a crook, but from having any fun to justify his virtue. She shooed him into her brother's room, and her father locked him in. And Sam did not sleep very well, because it looked as though virtue wasn't even its own reward. He sat up, brooding. It must have been close to dawn when the obvious hit him. Then he gazed blankly at the wall and said, "M'God, of course!" He grinned, all by himself, practically from head to foot. And at breakfast he hummed contentedly as he stuffed himself with pancakes and syrup, and Rosie's depressed expression changed to a baffled alarm. He smiled tenderly upon her when she came doggedly out to the truck, wearing her blue jeans and with the monkey wrench in her pocket. They started off the same as any other day, and he told her amiably, "Rosie, the sheriff says we get $5,000 reward from the Bankers Association, and there's more from the insurance company, and there's odd bits of change offered for those fellas for past performances. We're going to be right well off." Rosie looked at him gloomily. There was still the matter of the other Sam in the middle of the week after next. And just then, Sam, who had been watching the telephone lines beside the road as he drove, pulled off the road and put on his climbing irons. "What's this?" asked Rosie frightenedly. "You know—" "You listen," said Sam, completely serene. He climbed zestfully to the top of the pole. He hooked in the little gadget that didn't make private conversations possible on a party line, but did make it possible for a man to talk to himself 10 days in the future. Or the past. "Hello," said Sam, up at the top of the telephone pole. "Sam, this is you." A voice he knew perfectly well sounded in the receiver. "Huh? Who's that?" "This is you," said Sam. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." He heard Rosie gasp all the way down there in the banged-up telephone truck. Sam had seen the self-evident at last, and now, in the 12th of July, he was talking to himself on the telephone. Only, instead of talking to himself in the week after next, he was talking to himself in the week before last. He being back there 10 days before, working on this very same telephone line on this very same pole. And it was the same conversation, word for word. When he came down from the pole, rather expansively, Rosie grabbed him and wept. "Oh, Sam," she sobbed. "It was you all the time." "Yeah," said Sam complacently. "I figured it out last night. that me back there in the 2nd of July, he's cussing me out. And he's going to tell you about it, and you're going to get all wrought up. But I can make that dumb me back yonder do what has to be done. And you and me, Rosie, have got a lot of money coming to us. I'm going to carry on through so he'll earn it for us. But I'm warning you, Rosie, he'll be back at my house waiting for me to talk to him tonight, and I've got to be home to tell him to go over to your house. I'm going to say, ha-ha, ha-ha, at him. All right, said Rosie, wide-eyed. You can. But I remember that when I call me up tonight, back there 10 days ago, I'm going to be right busy here and now. I'm going to make me mad because I don't want to waste time talking to myself back yonder. Remember? Now, what, asked Sam mildly, would I be doing tonight that would make me not want to waste time talking to myself 10 days ago? You got any ideas, Rosie? Sam Yoder. I wouldn't. I never heard of such a thing. Sam looked at her and shook his head regretfully. Too bad. If you won't, I guess I've got to call me up in the week after next and find out what's cooking. You shan't, said Rosie fiercely. I'll get even with you, but you shan't talk to that. Then she wailed. Darn you, Sam, even if I do have to marry you, so you'll be wanting to talk to me instead of that dumb you 10 days back. You're not. Sam grinned. He kissed her. He put her in the truck and they rode off to Batesville to get married. And they did. But you're not supposed to believe all this, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he's apt to say it's all a lie. He doesn't want to talk about private party lines either. And there are other matters. For instance, Sam's getting to be a pretty prominent citizen these days. He makes a lot of money, one way and another. Nobody around home will ever bet with him on who's going to win at sports and elections anyhow. End of Sam, This Is You by Murray Leinster. Recorded by Pneumatic, also known as Vincent V. Marshburn.
Quiet Please by Kevin Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Quiet Please by Kevin Scott. The big man eased the piano off his back and stood looking at Groverspa. You ain't gonna like it here, he mopped his face. Boy, will I ever be glad to get off this cockeyed planet. Groverspa pushed at his spectacles, sniffed, and said, Quiet. The big man said, Ain't no native here over 3 feet tall, and they got some crazy kind of communication. They don't talk. Groverspa said, Quiet. Huh? Precisely why I am here. I, said Groverspa, sniffing again, loathe conversation. Oh, well, he left. Alone, Groverspa surveyed his realm. The house was a shell of what had formerly been a Little People apartment building. Ceilings, floors, and walls had been removed to form one large room. The tiny doors and windows had been sealed, and a single window and door had been cut into the shell for Groverspa's use. Crude, but serviceable. Groverspa walked to the window and looked down the slope. Little People buildings dotted the landscape, and the people themselves scurried silently about. Yes, thought Groverspa, it would do nicely. He had brought an adequate food tablet supply. He would finish, without the distraction of voices, his beautiful concerto. he would return to Earth famous and happy. Armed with paper and pencils, he went to the piano, having decided to enlarge upon the theme in the second movement. His mind knew exactly how the passage should run, and he swiftly covered the paper with sharp, angular notes. Then he triumphantly lifted his hands and began to play what he had written. He jerked back from the keyboard, his hair on end, his teeth on edge, his ears screaming with the mass of sounds he had produced. He looked at his hands, peered at the score, adjusted his spectacles, and tried again. I'm tired, he thought, recoiling in horror from the racket. A food tablet and a nap will remedy the situation. When he awoke, Groverspa walked to the window, refreshed. A violet glow had replaced the harsh yellow light of day. At the foot of the slope, the little people dashed to and fro, but no voice broke the peaceful quiet of the evening. With a sigh of satisfaction, Groverspa went to the piano. Gently, he struck the keys. Blatant, jumbled noise filled the room. Breathing hard, Groverspa rose and gingerly lifted the spinet's lid. No, nothing amiss there. Good felts, free hammers, solid sounding board, must be out of tune. Groverspa closed the lid, sat down, and struck a single note. A clear tone sang out. He moved chromatically up and down the scale. Definitely not out of tune. He shifted the score, glanced uneasily at the keys, and began to play. Discord immediately pierced his eardrums. He clapped his hands over his ears and leapt wildly from the piano bench. The trip, he decided frantically. It must have affected my hearing. He flung himself from the house and down the slope. The little people scattered, staring. He charged into the administration building and clutched the lapels of the uniformed official. "A doctor!" he gasped. "Now, this minute!" The official raised his eyebrows and removed Groverspa's hands with distaste. "It's a little late in the day," he drawled, "but maybe the doc up on the top floor." Groverspa flew up the stairs and into the doctor's office. The doctor's face lit up. "A patient!" he exclaimed. "Capital! What seems to be the trouble? Food poisoning? Shouldn't eat the food here. Garbage. Appendix? Heart attack?" "Stop talking, you idiot. It's my ears." Obviously disappointed, the doctor nevertheless poked and peered at Groverspa's ears. "No," he said finally. "Trifle big, yes, but nothing wrong with them." "You're sure?" "Absolutely. A pity. I'm getting a bit rusty." With a groan, Groverspa staggered out of the building, back through town, and up the slope to his house. Seating himself firmly on the bench, he began to play. He shuddered. The noise was abominable. Suddenly his door burst open, and a crowd of little people rushed in. They pulled him off the bench and slapped angrily at his hands. Then, with cutters, they attacked the piano. "Here, stop that!" Groverspa screeched. "What do you think you're doing?" The little people pushed and dragged him out of the house, down the slope, through the town, and into the launching bowl of the space strip. The launching agent took one look and yelled, "Get the interpreter, on the double!" The interpreter ran up and whipped something out of his pocket. It seemed like a miniature piano skeleton. He tripped a hammer. There was a faint tinkle. Instantly, one of the little people produced a similar miniature hammer, and tapped it rapidly against his skull. The interpreter tripped another hammer. A second little one responded. Suddenly, one of the little people ran over and tripped all of the interpreter's hammers simultaneously. The little people winced. "Oh," said the interpreter. "Well, it's their planet." He hustled Groverspa out to a freight ship that was warming up for takeoff. "Is everyone insane?" Groverspa croaked. "I demand to know what this is all about." The interpreter shoved Groverspa into the ship. "They say you talk too much," he yelled as he slammed the door. The end of Quiet Please by Kevin Scott.
Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg, writing as Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. I picked up sealed orders at the routing desk of Space Service. They were addressed to Captain Johnny Martin of the spaceship 13-XV-1, which is my name and my ship. They said, "Proceed to Aldebaran 7 at once. You are to pick up an Aldebaranian ambassador and transfer him to Earth for high-level diplomatic talks. You are to treat him with utmost courtesy. Relations between Earth and Aldebaran 7 are in a very delicate state at this time. The ambassador informs us he plans to bring a pet with him to Earth." Pets, huh? I snorted a little and folded the orders away in my pocket. Well, I supposed it came in the line of duty. If they ordered me to ferry Aldebaranian pets, I'd ferry Aldebaranian pets. All in a day's work, I told myself. I stopped off and had a couple of beers before returning to the ship. Mearsal, my first officer, was waiting for me. "Well, pick up the orders?" I nodded. "Yep, got 'em right here." I unfolded them and handed them over to him. He ran his eyes over them quizzically. "Okay," he said. "I guess we go to Aldebaran, huh?" Our instructions came in detail a little while later. We were to hover over Aldebaran 7 and give a special signal. A transfer tug would come up to us from the surface and hand the ambassador and his pet over to us. Under no conditions were we to land on Aldebaran 7 itself. The natives would regard it as a breach of the truce that currently existed between their world and ours. Okay, I thought. I didn't care. I gave the orders to the crew at nightfall, and we left Earth a little past midnight. Mearsal had already instructed the astrogator about our next destination, and he had whipped up the course. We did some 100,000 miles on Ion Drive and then, safely clear of the Earth's grav field, converted over and popped into warp. Aldebaran lay 3 weeks ahead of us through hyperspace. Earth and Aldebaran had first contact about 10 years before. I didn't know anything particular about the planet or its people. There are enough worlds in the galaxy so you don't get to know each type of alien there is. We had a special cabin ready aboard the ship for the Aldebaranian ambassador and his pet. Instructions told us to prepare a special fluorine atmosphere, which meant the Aldebaranians couldn't be much like us. But they had agreed to negotiate a treaty of friendship with Earth and were sending an ambassador. That was good news, I thought. We popped out of warp right on schedule, and there was the giant hazy red sun that was Aldebaran, staring us right in the face. It seemed to fill the entire sky. Our astrogator plotted a course rapidly for Aldebaran 7, which was then at perihelion and a good ways across the heavens from where we were. The Aldebaran system is a huge one, 31 planets spread out over 6 or 7 billion miles of space. Most of them were dead worlds, though. It was only Aldebaran 7 that had any sort of intelligent life, or so our survey teams reported. It took 3 days more to get within hailing distance of the 7th planet. It spun beneath us, a pretty blue-green ball about the size of Earth. We came within 1,000,000 miles and set up an orbit as per instructions. No sooner had we done that than we found ourselves surrounded by a flock of alien warships. I went to the radio room and made contact. "State name and object here," I was ordered in a crisp, businesslike voice. "I'm Johnny Martin, captain of the Terran vessel 13-XV-1, with no hostile intent. We're here to pick up an ambassador from Aldebaran to Earth, along with his pet." I heard some hasty conferring going on, and then someone said, "Hold on, Terran ship. We'll check with the home planet." 5 tense minutes passed. Minutes in which I half expected to be blown out of the sky by a sudden attack. You never can tell with aliens. They're likely to do almost anything. Their psychologies are unpredictable in Terran terms, as, I guess, ours are in theirs. But finally my receiver crackled and the alien voice said, "Everything is clear, 13-XV-1. Remain in orbit and ambassador will be transferred to your ship. Any suspicious move on your part will bring immediate attack by our defense fleet. Don't worry, I'm not going anyplace. I'll wait right here." I watched in the viewscope as a small ship bellied upward from the blue-green world below and approached us. They matched velocity with us, airlock to airlock. "Get that fluorine room ready," I ordered my men. "The ambassador's coming aboard." The two ships hung side by side in space. Of course, there was no apparent relative motion since we had the same velocity. It was possible to walk back and forth from their ship to ours. "Prepare to receive ambassador," came the message from the other ship. "His Excellency, Quelf Tharkol, Minister Plenipotentiary, and his pet." "I'm ready," I said. "Our airlock's open." Slowly the lock of the other ship slid back, and 2 space-suited figures appeared. The ambassador, Quelf Tharkol, and his pet. The ambassador was invisible within his spacesuit, but he stood upright and looked to be about the size of a man. I was happy about that. It's always a lot easier to negotiate with a humanoids-type alien than with something totally bizarre. I chuckled when I saw the space-suited cat, for so I thought of it. It was cat size, in a little form-fitting spacesuit, and it scampered after its master on 4 legs, space-suited tail wagging behind. It was sort of a cute little thing, I thought. No wonder its master didn't care to leave it behind. "Everything all set?" I asked. "Transfer is completed," said the captain of the other ship. He closed his lock and pulled away from us. "Close the lock," I ordered. I gestured to a crewman standing by. "Show the ambassador to his room," I said. When the ambassador and his pet were in their special fluorinated stateroom, I called them on the special television hookup I had set up between them. They had taken their spacesuits off and were lying sprawled out in their green, murky atmosphere, the ambassador in his bunk and the pet in his. I could hardly see into the room over my circuit, but I could see that the ambassador was very human and that the pet was pretty much like a cat, except that he had sharp-clawed fingers instead of the soft little pads a cat has. "Everything all right in there?" I asked. "Fine, just fine. How long will it take to get to Earth?" "About 3 weeks," I said. "We'll be going into warp any minute." "Very well," came the reply. I didn't expect to have many dealings with the ambassador. I had been told that he would have his own food supply, and naturally he was confined to his fluorinated stateroom, so we settled down to a pleasant return trip. But on the second day of warp, I was awakened from sweet dreams by Whitey Durbin, the night engineer. He shoved me around in my bunk until I opened one eye and said, "What's the matter?" "It's the cat, Chief." "Cat? What cat? You crazy, Whitey? Let me go back to sleep. But he was obstinate. The ambassador's pet. It's out of its room. Huh? But it can't breathe. It's wearing a spacesuit, and it's wandering all over the ship, snooping around. I caught it in the drive section and up front with the charts. I don't like it, Chief. No, neither do I. I was wide awake all at once. There had been something fishy about this pet business all along, and now I was suspicious. Suppose the pet were a little smarter than a cat. Suppose it was snooping around innocently enough and actually soaking up vital, secret information about the workings of a Terran spaceship. But I didn't know what to do. My orders stressed the fact that I had to handle the ambassador with kid gloves. But on the other hand, was I supposed to let that creature roam all over the ship? Get me a hookup with home base, I said. And in the meantime, keep an eye on that cat. Don't let it catch wise, but try to follow it around. And don't stop it from roaming. These aliens may be touchy about the funniest things. I got in touch with home base in jig time. Commander Mahoney was the man I spoke to. How's that ambassador, Martin? That's why I'm calling, sir. You see, the ambassador's pet is creeping all around the ship. It's sort of a cat, but I wonder whether maybe it's doing a very neat job of spying on us. Have you taken any action yet? No, I wanted to check with home base. Mahoney thought for a moment. I suppose it would be all right to speak to the ambassador about this and tactfully request that he keep the creature in his own quarters. But be tactful about it, Martin. Remember, we don't want to offend these aliens. It was the middle of the night aboard ship, so I didn't think it would be particularly tactful to call the ambassador just then. I waited till morning, by which time my men reported that the cat had completed its survey and had promptly returned to the ambassador's room. When the television came up, the ambassador and his pet were again reclining leisurely on their bunks. Sorry if I'm disturbing you, I said hesitantly. That's quite all right. What can I do for you? A matter of shipboard procedure I'd like to point out. It seems last night your pet left your cabin and explored the ship, or so some of my men reported. I'd appreciate it if you'd restrain the animal to quarters from now on. It upsets shipboard routine, and besides, my instructions request that I keep the operating sections of the ship under security wrap. There was silence for a moment. I held my breath, hoping I hadn't said something wrong, something that might foul up the delicate Earth-Aldebaran negotiations in progress. Finally came the reply. I understand fully. I'm sorry about the exploration trip. It was mere curiosity. It won't be repeated. But you're mistaken about one thing. What's that? I asked somewhat puzzledly. My pet remained in the cabin all night. I was the one who explored the ship. There was a sneer in his voice. You, but... My mouth clammed shut, and then I understood. I couldn't keep the flush of embarrassment from my face, and he saw it over the screen. It seemed to please him. Pretty damn clever, I thought. Smart psychology for the aliens to bring a human as a pet, putting our diplomats on the defensive right from the start. The ambassador must have known what I was thinking, for the sneer grew on his face. Then suddenly I grinned. It seemed to surprise him. This he hadn't expected. Captain, something strikes you as humorous? There was uncertainty in his tone, plus a little annoyance. My grin widened. Just a little private joke, Ambassador, I said. I was thinking that this joker was in for a shock. 2 planets could play at this game, and I would have plenty of time to tip off home base. After all, we have pets too. End of Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Read by Paul Hampton.
Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Flying at 1,600 miles per hour, you act with split-second timing after you sight the enemy. And you're allowed only one mistake, your last. Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds. My radar picked him up when he was about 500 miles to my north-northeast and about 45 miles above me. I switched the velocity calculator on him as fast as I could reach it. The enemy ship was doing 16, possibly even 16 and a half. I took the chance that it was most likely an Ivar interceptor at that speed and punched out a temporary evasion pattern with my right hand, while with my left hand I snapped in an Ivar K-12 card into my calculator along with his estimated speed, altitude, and distance. It wasn't much to go on as yet, but he couldn't have much more on me, if as much. Inwardly, I congratulated myself on the quick identification I'd managed. He was near enough now for my visor screen to pick him up. At least he was alone. That was something. My nearest squadron mate was a good minute and a half away. It might as well have been a century. Now, this is what is always hard to get over to a civilian. The time element. Understand, it will take me a while to tell this, but it took less than 60 seconds to happen. He had guessed my evasion pattern already. Either guessed it, or had some new calculator that was far and beyond anything our techs had turned out. I could tell he'd anticipated me by the bong sonic roll he slipped into. I quickly punched up a new pattern based on the little material I had in the calculator. At least I'd caught the roll. I punched that up, hurriedly, slipped it into the IBM, guessed that his next probability was a pass, took a chance on that, and punched it in. I was wrong there. He didn't take his opportunity for a front-on pass. He was either newly out of their academy or insultingly confident. My lips felt tight as I canceled the frontal pass card, punched up two more to take its place. The base supervisor cut in on the phone. "It looks like old Dmitri himself, Jerry, and he's flying one of the new K-12A models. Go get him, boy." I felt like snapping back. He knew better than to break in on me at a time like this. I opened my mouth, then shut it again. Did he say K-12A? I squinted at the visor screen. The tall tail, the canopy, the oddly shaped wing tanks. I'd gone off on the identification. I slapped another evasion pattern into the controls. A standard set. I had no time to punch up an improvisation. Then he was on me like a wasp. I rejected it, threw in another set. Reject. Another. Even as I worked, I kicked the release on my own calculator, dumping it all. Selected, like a flash, an Ivar 12A card, and what other estimations I could make while my mind was busy with the full-time job of evasion. My hands were still making the motions. My fingers were flicking here, there. My feet touched here, there. But my heart wasn't in it. He already had such an advantage that it was all I could do to keep him in my visor screen. He was to the left, to the right. I got him for a full quarter second in the wires, but the auto gunner was too far behind. Much too far. His own guns flicked red. I punched a half a dozen buttons, slapped levers, tried to scoot for home. To the left of my cubicle, two lights went yellowish, and at the same time, my visor screen went dead. I was blind. I sank back in my chair, helpless. The speed indicator wavered, went slowly, deliberately, to 0. The altimeter died, the fuel gauge. Finally, even the dozen or so trouble indicators here, there, everywhere about the craft. $15 million worth of warcraft was being shot into wreckage. I sat there for a long, long minute and took it. Then I got to my feet and wearily opened the door to my cubicle. Sergeant Walters and the rest of the maintenance crew were standing there. They could read in my face what had happened. The sergeant began. "Captain, I grunted at him. "Never mind, Sergeant. It had nothing to do with the ship's condition." I turned to head for the operations office. Bill Dixon strolled over from the direction of his own cubicle. "Somebody said you just had a scramble with old Dmitri himself." "I don't know," I said. "I don't know if it was him or not. Maybe some of you guys can tell a man's flying, but I can't." He grinned at me. "Shut you down, eh?" I didn't answer. He said, "What happened?" "I thought it was an Ivar K-12, and I put that card in my calculator. Turned out it was one of those new models, K-12A. That was enough, of course." Bill grinned at me. "That's 2 this week. That flak you got near at the bridge, and now you get—" "Shut up," I told him. He counted up on his fingers elaborately. "The way I figure it, you lose one more ship, and you're an enemy ace." He was irrepressible. "Damn it," I said. "Will you cut it out? I've got enough to worry about without your working me over. This means I'll have to spend another half an hour in operations going over the flight. And that means I'll be late for dinner again. And you know Molly." Bill sobered. "Gee," he said. "I'm sorry. War is hell, isn't it?" The end of Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds.
Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. Martin wasn't prepared for it when the alien tractor beam grabbed his little ship. He had been in the 4th quadrant of Flesh territory, threading an uneasy course through the extraterrestrials' home grounds, but he hadn't expected to be caught so suddenly or so hard. The ship stopped in mid-flight abruptly, so abruptly that Martin's head was slammed back against the rear of the seat, and for a moment he was paralyzed by the shock of what had happened. But only for a moment. His toe reached out, snapped the pedal on the subspace radio, and an instant later the voice of Earth Central's operator said, "What is it, Martin?" "Tell them I've been caught," Martin said crisply. "Tell them the Flesso patrols got me, and—" The radio went dead as the Flesso dampers got to it. Martin pulled himself forward and ran his eyes over the instrument panel. Against the dark velvet of space, a dull gray Flesso warship was swelling up in the viewplate, preparing to scoop up its prey. Martin had been caught like a fly in molasses. The odds had been against his stunt anyway. Theoretically, such a small ship as the little scout he was piloting should have been able to get through the Flesso patrols easily. But in practice, the network of spy beams stretching through the entire quadrant were efficient and near-infallible defenses, as Martin was discovering now. But I had lousy luck too, he thought. I wandered right up to the biggest warship in the whole damn fleet. Must have come within a light week or less. There wasn't much point in trying to break away now. Martin was trapped, thoroughly and unarguably. The little scout ship didn't carry a tenth the power he would need to break from the grasp of the big battle cruiser. And as for the scout ship's armament, it wasn't enough even to tickle the screens of a battleship like this one. Scout ships depended on speed and indetectability, and neither attribute was of much value now. Within minutes, the heavy tractor beams pulled the smaller ship into the yawning airlock of the huge Flesso cruiser. Okay, Martin thought. He folded his arms, leaned back in his chair, and waited. There was nothing else he could do, until a Fless tried to enter the ship. Time passed. The little scout ship was drawn further and further into the monster Flesso ship. It was now entirely enclosed by darkness, imprisoned within the metal hull of the huge battleship of space. Sitting inside, Martin waited patiently. The Flesso had been wanting to capture an Earthman for a long time. Well, now they'd succeeded. They'd captured their first Earth ship. Suddenly, Martin's damped communicator screen came back to life. A scaly, toad-like face appeared, and Martin stared blandly at the 3 red-rimmed, fiery eyes that confronted him. "I see you are still alive, Earthman." "No thanks to you, ugly face," Martin returned. "I'm hungry, though. Am I going to stay for dinner, or can I leave now?" Earth and Fless had long been in communication with each other. The war had lasted for nearly 5 years, ever since the first treacherous Flesso sneak attack on a Terran outpost. The beings from the planet Fless were the coldest, most dangerous aliens Earth had yet encountered in its expansion to the stars. During the war, neither side had succeeded in capturing one of the other's men alive. The ravening energies of a billion-cycle space gun tore a ship completely apart, leaving no survivors. But now Martin had been captured, and he was determined to make the most of it. "Keep your tongue," the toad-faced Fless snarled. "Do you know who I am?" "Santa Claus? Uncle Sam? The Wicked Witch of the North?" The alien's face radiated hatred. "I'm Guvekink Nathor." Martin whistled. Guvek, eh? He had really stumbled into a good one, then. Guvek was the leader of the Flesso legions. "Hello, Guvek. The pleasure is all mine. Do I have to keep looking at your face?" "You will surrender or die," Guvek said, ignoring the barb. Martin chuckled. "Okay, come and get me, ugly." He reached out and snapped off the communicator decisively. Without waiting to see what would happen next, he sprang from the control seat. The Flesso were going to expect to find him inside the little scout ship. Very well, Martin thought. That's the one place I won't be. Smiling grimly, he strapped on a pair of bulky Spalding cutter pistols and headed for the escape hatch. The aliens he knew would be watching the main airlock. They wouldn't be expecting a second exit, and if they were, they wouldn't know exactly where it would be. Silently, Martin dropped through the hatch at the rear of the ship. "Come and get me," he thought. "I'm ready." He found himself in a large metal room that measured well over 100 feet in width and twice that in length. The ceiling, dimly seen, was far overhead beyond any quick estimation. Crouching in the shadow of his ship, Martin watched a platoon of the loathsome Flesso bring a heavy, semi-portable burner up to the airlock. The reptilian aliens were having quite a time with the weapon. There was much hissing and flicking of tails as they got it into position. Finally, they managed to train the muzzle on the door and then press the firing studs. A dazzling blue-white glare leaped toward the airlock door. Lovely, Martin thought, as the bright light cast fierce illumination in the giant room. An instant after the burner went into action, so did Martin. He drew his Spaldings and fired. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 quick, silent spurts of flame, and 4 of the aliens lay dead, charred through by the noiseless, almost invisible energy of the Spauldings. The unfortunate aliens had no way of knowing where it had come from, that death that had hit 4 of their number in as many seconds. The burst of light from the semi-portable burner had blanketed every trace of the faint radiation from Martin's pistols. Huddling low, Martin ran for a nearby girder, taking advantage of the fact that the aliens' attentions were still directed toward the airlock of his ship. Naturally, they wouldn't notice a figure running from the rear. He took a position behind the girder and, aiming carefully, picked off 4 more of the aliens. He tried to put his shot just back of the oversized toad-like heads of the Flesso, though it didn't matter much where the beam landed. The result was the same. The survivors were conferring hissingly and evincing great confusion. Apparently, they still thought the fire was coming from somewhere within the ship, but they were unable to figure out where. There were 8 of them left. Martin picked off one of them with his 9th charge, then held fire. He had 1 charge left, and then there would be a 30-second delay while the Spauldings recharged themselves. He didn't want to leave himself defenseless even for 30 seconds. He counted off. 10, 15, 20. 1 gun was charged. He raised it, ready to fire, when he heard a sudden, telltale hiss from behind him. He whirled, but it was too late. A searing beam of energy cracked into him, hurling him backward. He clung to consciousness an instant, then blacked out as the beam shorted his neural circuits. When he awoke, Martin opened his eyes, blinked, closed them again. "Ugh," he said. He felt a savage poke in the stomach. "Open your eyes." "Do I have to?" "Open them." With visible reluctance, he opened his lids and stared into the bulging, lidless eyes of none other than Guvkenk himself. The Flesso leader was even uglier than usual. "Very clever, Earthman," he said coldly. "For that little trick, you'll die, slowly. After we have extracted all the information we need from you, that is." "Trick?" asked Martin blankly. "Yes, getting out of the ship and shooting down my men." "Dear me," Martin said innocently. "I thought that was the smart thing to do in view of your hostile attitude. I didn't realize you'd be so stuffy about it, but I'm sorry you're so stupid you—" "Silence!" A heavy, clawed hand smashed across his face, slamming his head to one side. The enraged alien leader turned to a henchman at his side. "Get the brain probe, Captain Ignor." "At once, Commander." The captain waddled over to an elaborate-looking machine near the wall and removed its translucent hood. Martin looked at it and almost gasped. The thing was so much like the Terran model of a brain probe that only a practiced eye could tell them apart. Obviously, this machine worked on the same principle as the Earth-type brain probe did, and that, Martin reflected, was not a pleasant thought. "You use that for picking your teeth, Guvek?" "You'll find out its use soon enough, Earthman." The Flesso scowled and signaled to the captain to wheel the brain probe over. No organic brain, Martin knew, could stand up against the mental energies of a brain probe. Within seconds, it could render any person a slave to the will of whoever operated the machine. Martin clenched his jaws grimly, ready to resist anything the Flesso could throw against him. There was always a chance that, "Your mouth will be less full of insults when we have finished with you, Earthman." "You're scaring me, Guvek." "We'll see. Clamp down the helmet." The cold metal descended and the captain anchored it tightly around Martin's skull. "What shall I ask first, most noble sire?" Captain Ignor asked. Guvkenk smiled harshly. "I'm interested in knowing how it was that he deflected the death-dealing beam that shot him down. It should have killed him, but it merely knocked him out. Ask the prisoner what protection he has. Ignore threw a switch, and a low, buzzing hum throbbed in the room as the brain probe's generators went to work. Martin felt a faint tingling in his skull. Then Ignore turned a dial, and the probe sank into his brain. He held his breath as the energy projectors of the brain probe wandered around in his skull, seeking to gain hold. They failed. The Flesso model wasn't attuned to Earth minds, apparently. "Why didn't the energy beam kill you?" Captain Ignore asked. "Because it missed me," said Martin calmly. A grin spread across Guvek's evil, toadish face. "Good," he said exultantly. "It missed him. But now we know that the Earthmen have no defense against our weapons." He rubbed his dry, scaly hands together. "The next question, sire?" "Make him tell us about the defenses of Earth," Guvek said. "I'll be damned if I will, you bloated monstrosity." Guvek's globular eyes blinked slowly in surprise. "But you're supposed to be under the power of the machine." He turned his flat, batrachian head to glare at Captain Ignore. "Turn up the power." "Yes, sire." Ignore's thick claws wrenched up the dial, and a surge of power thundered through Martin's brain without leaving an impression. "Feels nice," he said, "like an extra special shampoo. But you wouldn't know what a shampoo is, would you?" "Up higher," Guvek snapped. "That's as high as it goes, sire." Martin still sat there, sneering openly at the alien's attempts to read his brain. Guvek paced angrily around the seated Earthman without speaking. "All right," he said finally. "Shut the machine off. Obviously, the Earthman's brain just does not respond." There was anger and more than a touch of surprise in his voice. "Take the brain probe away." "Yes, sire." Guvek's eyes grew hard. "There are, however, older and cruder ways. What do you say to torture, Earthman?" "I'm not much in favor of it," said Martin. "I can't say I care for the idea at all." "Good," Guvek said. "Ignore, prepare the torture." No human being likes physical torture. The idea of having hot needles slid under one's fingernails, of having one's toenails removed by pincers, of being scourged with nerve whips, none of these were pleasant thoughts. Not pleasant, perhaps, but not unbearable so far as Martin was concerned. It hurt. Of course it hurt. But not once during the terrible ordeal did Martin either pass out or give any sign that the torture was more than he could bear. "What's the matter, Guvek? Slowing down?" At each taunt, the alien overlord grew uglier and angrier. And as the horror went on, Guvek seemed to come more and more frantic. None of the most delicate, subtle torture devised, and the Flesso were experts at devising torture, seemed to have any effect on the Earthman. He simply sat there, grimly, stoically. "You're boring me, Guvek," Martin remarked as an acid-tipped auger nibbled flesh from his chest. "But I'm willing to be cooperative. You'll notice I'm just sitting here patiently while you play with me." "Very well," Guvek stormed. "If that's your attitude, we'll see what can be done. Perhaps you Earthmen have no pain nerves, but at the sight of your very bodies being destroyed, I think I've had just about enough of this," Martin said. Flexing his muscles, he yanked one hand free of the torture chair and ripped the auger from his chest. He hurled the acid-tipped drill far across the room where it smashed against the wall. Then he pulled his other arm free and, with one final straining effort, rose from the chair and stood unbound. "What?" Guvek's half-whispered question was almost impossible to hear. You are free? Captain Ignor opened his bulging eyes even wider and flattened himself against the wall while Guvek gasped in terror. I'm free, Martin said. I got tired of having you play with me. He smiled cheerfully and then sprang into life as one of the projectors that lined the wall, manned by guards outside, moved just a fraction of an inch. A burst of energy from one of those projectors could kill him, but it would kill anyone or anything else. He leaped on Guvek. He sensed the acrid, nauseating odor of the alien and wrapped his legs around the Flesso's body, pitching them both to the ground. The two of them rolled over against the far wall. A quick glance told Martin that the projectors in the wall were following, but they couldn't shoot for fear of hitting Guvek. The Flesso leader squirmed in Martin's grip as he tried to get his ray pistol out of its holster. No, you don't, Martin said, and grabbed the alien's arm. Guvek grunted as Martin bent the arm upward and twisted until the ligaments creaked. No, Guvek moaned. Drop the gun, then. The alien squirmed again. Martin twisted upward, and there was a sharp crack, followed by another, the sound of the gun hitting the floor. Then something slammed against Martin's head from behind. Jerking his head aside, he crashed his fist against Guvek's temple to knock him out and reduce the opposition. Again, something struck his head. This time, Martin turned and grabbed a slimy wrist. It was Captain Ignor, who had been trying to knock Martin out with the butt of his pistol. Martin twisted viciously at the captain's wrist, and the ray pistol clattered to the floor. Ignor screamed in agony as a burning pain raced up his arm and swung wildly at Martin with his good arm. The savage claws raked the air just above the Earthman's head, and he drove in with a solid punch that made Ignor gasp. Martin followed his advantage with a smash to the face, sent the alien reeling away in pain, and in the same motion reached down and grasped one of the fallen ray pistols. He stepped over to Guvek's limp body and jabbed the pistol into the alien leader's scaly side. All right, he said coldly. Anything more, and I'll let Guvek Kenk Nathor have a fast burn through his guts. There was a stunned silence for a moment. Then the pain-racked voice of Captain Ignor said, Don't shoot at the Earthman! Get away from those projectors! The projector crew held fire. Martin waited tensely as Guvek moaned and stirred. 10 feet away, standing amidst the torture implements, the captain clutched his broken arm and watched the Earthman with terror in his eyes and pain evident on his face. Guvek blinked his eyes open. He looked dazed for a moment, then focused his eyes on Martin. His right arm, the Earthman noticed, was twisted horribly. Ignor? He's over there, Martin said. His arm didn't bend either. And if you move, I'll find out how resistant your innards are to a quick burn. Guvek shook his head bewilderedly. You've got us, Earthman. But how did it happen? How could one man take over a great battleship? It was easy, Martin said. Guvek moaned and looked at his mangled arm regretfully. I don't understand, the defeated alien commander said. Why did you let us torture you if you could get away so easily? Martin smiled. I wanted to teach you a lesson, he said. Earth's been patient with your marauding for a long time, and we put up with your sneak attack on Regulus. But the time has come to tell you to stop, or we'll wipe your whole race out of the galaxy. We're tired of your tactics, Guvek, and if one man can do this to you, what can a whole army of us do? There was a long silence before Guvek spoke, and when he spoke, it was the voice of a being whose pride had been completely crushed. If we had known, he said weakly, swallowing. Who knew the Earthmen were supermen? You're the first we could capture, and it was all a trick. You let us capture you to show us what you could do. Very smart, Guvak. You learn quickly. The alien passed one hand over his face. We'll call off our offensive at once. Good. Now I'll use your radio to call Earth and tell them you're on your way to arrange peace terms. At Earth Military Headquarters, General James Bedford snapped off the subspace radio and grinned at the man who faced him across the table, Colonel Parnell. You hear that, Parnell? The trick worked. He got 'em so scared of Earthmen that they're ready to come to terms. Colonel Parnell smiled. Fine deal all around. It cost us $10 billion to build military advanced robot number 10, not counting what we spent on the first 9 failures. But it was worth it. We've saved untold numbers of lives. The general nodded. Well, worth it. MAR-10 did the job perfectly. End of Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. Read by Paul Hampton.
Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett. Eric Falcon stood utterly still, staring down at his leashed and helpless hands on the controls of the spaceship Falcon. The red lights on his indicator panel showed Hiltonish ships in a 3-dimensional half-moon, above, behind, and below him, pincer jaws closing fast. The animal instinct of escape prodded him, but he couldn't obey. He had fuel enough for one last burst of speed, but there was no way through that ring of ships. Tractor beams crisscrossing between them would net the Falcon like a fish. There was no way out ahead either. Mercury was there, harsh and bitter in the naked blaze of the sun. The ships of Gantry Hilton, president of the Federation of Worlds, inventor of the psycho-adjuster, and ruler of men's souls, were herding him down to a landing at the lonely Space Guard outpost, a landing he couldn't dodge. And then, for Paul Avery, a choice of death or happiness. For himself and Sheila Moore, there was no choice. It was death. The red lights blurred before Falcon's eyes. The throb of the plates under his feet faded into distance. He'd stood at the controls for 4 chronometer days, ever since the Hiltonists had chased him up from Los Angeles, back on Earth. He knew it was because he was exhausted that he couldn't think or stop the nightmare of the past days from tramping through his brain, hammering the incessant question at him. How? How had the Hiltonists traced him back from New York? Paul Avery, the unregenerate recruit he went to get, had passed a rigid psycho search, which, incidentally, revealed the finest brain ever to come to the unregenerate cause. He couldn't be a spy, and he'd spoken to no one but Falcon. Yet they were traced. Hiltonist black guards were busy now destroying the last avenues of escape from Earth, avenues that he, Falcon, had led them through. But how? He knew he hadn't given himself away. For 30 years he'd been spiriting unregenerates away from Gantry Hilton's strongholds of peace and happiness. He was too old a hand for blunders. Yet somehow, the black guards caught up with them at Los Angeles, where the Falcon lay hidden, and somehow they got away with a starving green-eyed girl named Kitty. Not Kitty, Falcon muttered. Kitty's happy. Hilton took Kitty 30 years ago on our wedding day. A starving waif named Sheila Moore, who begged him for help because he was Eric Falcon, and almost a god to the unregenerates. They got away in the Falcon, but the Hiltonist ships followed. Driven, hopeless flight, desperate effort to shake pursuit before he was too close to the sun. Time and again, using precious fuel and accelerations that tried even his tough body, Falcon thought he had escaped. But they found him again. It was uncanny, the way they found him. Now he couldn't run any more. At least he'd led the Hiltonists away from the pitiful, starving holes where his people hid, on the outer planets and barren asteroids and dark, derelict hulks floating far outside the traveled lanes. And he'd kill himself before the Hiltonist psychosearch could pick his brain of information about the unregenerates. Kill himself, if he could wake up. He began to laugh, a drunken, ragged chuckle. He couldn't stop laughing. He clung to the panel edge and laughed until the tears ran down his scarred, dark face. "Stop it," said Sheila Moore. "Stop it, Falcon. Can't. It's funny. We live in hell for 30 years, we unregenerates, fighting Hiltonism. We're licked now. We were before we started. Now I'm gonna die so they can suffer hell a few weeks more. It's so damned funny." Sleep dragged at him, sleep urgent and powerful, so powerful that it seemed like an outside force gripping his mind. His hands relaxed on the panel edge. "Falcon," said Sheila Moore. "Eric Falcon." Some steely thing in her voice lashed him erect again. She crouched on the shelf bunk against the wall, her feral green eyes blazing, her thin body taut in its torn green silk. "You've got to get away, Falcon. You've got to escape." He had stopped laughing. "Why?" he asked dully. "We need you, Falcon. You're a legend, a hope we cling to. If you give up, what are we to go on?" She rose and paced the narrow deck. Paul Avery watched her from the bunk on the opposite wall, his amber eyes dull with the deep weariness that slackened his broad young body. Falcon watched her too. The terrible urge for sleep hammered at him, bowed his gray-shot, savage head, drew the strength from his lean muscles. But he watched Sheila Moore. That was why he had risked his life, and Avery's, and broken unregenerate law to save her, unknown and untested. She blazed somehow. She stabbed his brain with the same cold fire he had felt after Kitty was taken from him. "You've got to escape," she said. "We can't give up yet." Her voice was distant, her raw gold hair a detached haze of light. Darkness crept on Falcon's brain. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know. Falcon," she caught him with thin, painful fingers. "They're driving you down on Mercury. Why not trick them? Why not go beyond?" He stared at her. Even he would never have thought of that. Beyond the orbit of Mercury, there was only death. Avery leaped to his feet. For a startled instant, Falcon's brain cleared, and he saw the trapped, wild terror in Avery's face. "We'd die," said Avery hoarsely. "The heat." Sheila faced him. "We'll die anyway, unless you want psycho change. Why not try it, Eric? Their instruments won't work close to the sun. They may even be afraid to follow." The wiry, febrile force of her beat at them. "Try, Eric. We have nothing to lose." Paul Avery stared from one to the other of them, and then to the red lights that were the ships. Abruptly, he sank down on the edge of his bunk and dropped his broad, fair head in his hands. Falcon saw the chords like drawn harpstrings on the backs of them. "I can't," whispered Falcon. The command to sleep was once more a vast shout in his brain. "I can't think." "You must," said Sheila. "If you asleep, we'll be taken. You won't be able to kill yourself. They'll pick your brain empty, then they'll Hiltonize you with the psychoadjuster. They'll blink your brain with electric impulses and then transmit a whole new memory pattern, even shifting the thought circuits so that you won't think the same way. They'll change your metabolism, your glandular balance, your pigmentation, your face, and your fingerprints." He knew she was recounting these things deliberately to force him to fight. But still, the weak darkness shrouded him. "Even your name will be gone," she said. "You'll be placid and lifeless, lazing your life away, Just one of Hilton's cattle. She took a deep breath and added, like Kitty. He caught her shoulders then, grinding the thin bone of them. How'd you know? That night, when you saw me, you said her name. Perhaps I made you think of her. I know how it feels, Eric. They took the boy I loved away from me. He clung to her, the blue, distant fire in his eyes taking life from the hot, green blaze of hers. There was iron in her. He could feel the spark and clash of it against his mind. Talk to me, he whispered. Keep me awake. I'll try. Waves of sleep clutched Falcon with physical hands, but he turned to the control panel. The bitter blaze of mercury stabbed his bloodshot eyes. Red lights hemmed him in. He couldn't think. And then Sheila Moore began to talk. Standing behind him, her thin, vital hands on his shoulders, telling him the story of Hiltonism. Gantry Hilton's psychoadjuster was a good thing at first. Through the mapping and artificial blanking of brainwaves and the use of electrohypnotism, the transmission of thought patterns directly to the brain, it cured non-lesional insanity, neuroses, and criminal tendencies. Then, at the end of the interplanetary war, red lights closing in. How could he get past the Space Guard battery? Sheila's voice fought back the darkness. Speed, that was what he needed, and more guts than he'd ever had to use in his life before. And luck. Keep talking, Sheila. Keep me awake. Hilton boomed his discovery. The people were worn out with 6 years of struggle. They wanted Hiltonism, peace and happiness. The passion for escape from life drove them like lunatics. He found the emergency lever and thrust it down. The last ounce of hoarded power slammed into the rocket tubes. The Falcon reared and staggered. Then she shot straight for Mercury, with the thin, high scream of tortured metal shivering along the cabin walls. Space shells burst. They shook the Falcon, but they were far behind. The ring of red lights was falling away. Acceleration tore at Falcon's body, but the web of sleep was loosening. Sheila's voice cried to him the story of man's slavery. The naked, hungry peaks of Mercury snarled at Falcon. And then the guns of the Space Guard post woke up. Talk, Sheila, he cried. Keep talking. So Gantry Hilton made himself a sort of god, regulating the thoughts and emotions of his people. There is no opposition now, except for the unregenerates, and we have no power. Humanity walks in a placid stupor. It cannot feel dissatisfaction, disloyalty, or the will to grow and change. It cannot fight, even morally. Gantry Hilton is a god. His son after him will be a god. And humanity is dying. There was a strange, almost audible snap in Falcon's brain. He felt a quick, terrible stab of hate that startled him because it seemed no part of himself. Then it was gone, and his mind was clear. He was tired to exhaustion, but he could think and fight. Livid, flaming stars leaped and died around him. Racked plates screamed in agony. Falcon's lean hands raced across the controls. He knew now what he was going to do. Down, down, straight into the black, belching mouths of the guns, gambling that his sudden burst of speed would confuse the gunners, that the tiny speck of his ship hurtling bow on would be hard to see against the star-flecked depths of space. Falcon's lips were white. Sheila's thin hands were a sharp, unnoticed pain on his shoulders. Down, down. The peaks of Mercury almost grazed his hull. A shell burst searingly. Dead ahead. Blinded, dazed, Falcon held his ship by sheer instinct. Thundering rockets fought the gravitational pull for a moment. Then he was through and across. across Mercury and free space, a speeding moat lost against the titanic fires of the sun. Falcon turned. Paul Avery lay still in his bunk, but his golden eyes were wide, staring at Falcon. They dropped to Sheila Moore, who had slipped, exhausted, to the floor, and came back to Falcon, and stared with a queer, stark look that Falcon couldn't read. Falcon cut the rockets and locked the controls. Heat was already seeping through the hull. He looked through shaded ports at the vast and swollen sun. No man in the history of space travel had ventured so close before. He wondered how long they could stand the heat, and whether the hull could screen off the powerful radiations. His brain, with all its knowledge of the unregenerate camps, was safe for a time. Knowing the hopelessness of it, he smiled sardonically, wondering if sheer habit had taken the place of reason. Then Sheila's bright head made him think of Kitty, and he knew that his tired body had betrayed him. He could never give up. He went down beside Sheila. He took her hands and said, Thank you, Sheila Moore." And then, quite peacefully, he was asleep with his head in her lap. The heat was a malignant vampire presence. Eric Falcon felt it even before he wakened. He was lying in Avery's bunk, and the sweat that ran from his body made a sticky pool under him. Sheila lay across from him, eyes closed, raw gold hair pushed back from her temples. The torn green silk of her dress clung damply. The starved thinness of her gave her a strange beauty, clear and brittle, like sculptured ice. She'd lived in alleys and cellars, hiding from the Hiltonists, because she wouldn't be happy. She was strong, that girl, like an unwanted cat that simply wouldn't die. Avery sat in the pilot's chair, watching through the shaded port. He swung around as Falcon got up. The exhaustion was gone from his square young face, but his eyes were still veiled and strange. Falcon couldn't read them, but he sensed fear. He asked, "How long have I slept?" Avery shrugged. "The chronometer stopped. A long time, though. 20 hours, perhaps?" Falcon went to the controls. "Better go back now. We'll swing wide of Mercury, and perhaps we can get through." He hoped their constant velocity hadn't carried them too far for their fuel. Relief surged over Avery's face. "The size of that sun," he said jerkily. "It's terrifying. I never felt—" He broke off sharply. Something about his tone brought Sheila's eyes wide open. Suddenly, the bell of the mass detector began to ring, a wild, insistent jangle. "Meteor!" cried Falcon, and leaped for the visor screen. Then he froze, staring. It was no meteor. Rushing at them out of the vast blaze of the sun, it was a planet. A dark planet, black as the infinity behind it, barren and cool as starvation, touched in its jagged peaks with subtle, phosphorescent fires. Paul Avery whispered, "Good Lord, a planet here, but it's impossible." Sheila Moore sprang up. "No. Remember the old legends about Vulcan, the planet between Mercury and the sun? Nobody believed in it because they could never find it. But they could never explain Mercury's crazy orbit either, except by the gravitational interference of another body." Avery said, "Surely the Mercurian observations would have found it." A pulse began to beat in his strong, white throat. "It's there," snapped Falcon impatiently. "And we'll crash it in a minute if we're—" Sheila Moore." The dull glare from the porch caught the proud, bleak lines of his gypsy face, the sudden fire in his blue eyes. "This is a world, Sheila. It might be a world for us, a world where the unregenerates could live and wait." She gasped and stared at him, and Paul Avery said, "Look at it, Falcon. No one, nothing could live there." Falcon said softly, "Afraid to land and see." Yellow eyes burned into his, confused and wild. Then Avery turned jerkily away. No, but you can't land, Falcon. Look at it. Falcon looked, using a powerful search beam, probing. Vulcan was smaller even than Mercury. There was no atmosphere. Peaks like splinters of black glass bristled upward, revolving slowly in the sun's tremendous blaze. The beam went down into the bottomless dark of the canyons. There was nothing there but the glassy rock and the dim glints of light through it. All the same, said Vulcan, I'm gonna land. If there was even a tiny chance, he couldn't let it slip. Unregeneracy was almost dead in the inhabited worlds. Paul Avery was the only recruit in months, and it was dying in the miserable outer strongholds of independence. Starvation, plague, cold and darkness, insecurity and danger, and the awful lost terror of humans torn from earth and light. Unless they could find a place of safety, with warmth and light and dirt to grow food in, where babies could be born and live, Gantry Hilton would soon have the whole solar system for his toy. There were no more protests. Falcon set the ship down with infinite skill on a ledge on the night side. Then he turned, feeling the blood beat in his wrists and throat. Vac suits, he said. There are 2 and a spare. They got into them, shuffled through the airlock, and stood still, the first humans on an undiscovered world. Lead weights in their boots held them so that they could walk. Falcon thrust at the rock with a steel-shod alpenstock. It's like glass, he said. Some unfamiliar compound, probably, fused out of raw force and the solar disturbance that created the planets. That would explain its resistance to heat. Radio headphones carried Avery's voice back to him clearly, and Falcon realized that the stuff of the planet insulated against solar waves, which would normally have blanketed communication. Whatever it is, said Avery, it sucks up light. That's why it's never been seen. Only little glimmers seep through, too feeble for telescopes, even on Mercury, to pick up against the sun. Its mass is too tiny for its transits to be visible, and it doesn't reflect. A sort of dark stranger hiding in space, said Sheila, and shivered. Look, Eric, isn't that a cave mouth? Falcon's heart gave a great leap of hope. There were caves on Pluto, perhaps in the hidden heart of this queer world. They went toward the opening. It was surprisingly warm. Falcon guessed that the black rock diffused the sun's heat instead of stopping it. Thin, ragged spires reared overhead, stabbing at the stars. Furtive glints of light came and went in ebon depths. The cave opened before them, and their torches showed glistening walls dropping sheer away into blackness. Falcon uncoiled a 1,000-foot length of synthetic fiber rope from his belt. It was no larger than a spider web, and strong enough to hold Falcon and Avery together. He tied it to each of their metal boots and let it down. It floated endlessly out, the lead weight dropping slowly in the light gravity. 800, 900 feet. When there were 5 feet of rope left in Falcon's hand, it stopped. Well, he said, there is a bottom. Paul Avery caught his arm. You aren't going down. Why not? Falcon scowled at him, puzzled. Stay here if you prefer. Sheila? I'm coming with you. All right, whispered Avery. I'll come. His amber eyes were momentarily those of a lion caught in a pit, afraid and dangerous. Dangerous? Falcon shook his head irritably. He drove his alpenstock into a crack and made the rope fast. Hang on, he said. We'll float like balloons, but be careful. I'll go first. If there's anything wrong down there, chuck off your other boot and climb up fast. They went down, floating endlessly on the weighted rope. Little glints of light fled through the night-dark walls. It grew hot. Then Falcon struck a jog in the cleft wall and felt himself sliding down a 45-degree offset. Abruptly, there was light. Falcon yelled in sharp, wild warning. The thing was almost on him, a colossus with burning eyes set on foot-long stalks, with fanged jaws agape and muscles straining. Falcon grabbed for his blaster. The quick motion overbalanced him. Sheila slid down on him and they fell slowly together, staring helplessly at destruction, charging at them through a rainbow swirl of light. The creature rushed by in utter silence. Paul Avery landed his blaster ready. Falcon and Sheila scrambled up, cold with the sweat of terror. "What was it?" gasped Sheila. Falcon said shakily, "God knows." He turned to look at their surroundings and swept the others back into the shadow of the cleft. Riders hunted the colossus, riders of a shape so mad that even in madness no human could have conceived them, riders on steeds like arrowing tails of comets, hallooing on behind a pack of nightmare hounds. Cold sweat drenched him. "How can they live without air?" he whispered. "And why didn't they see us?" There was no answer, but they were safe for the moment. The light, a shifting web of prismatic colors, showed nothing moving. They stood on a floor of the glassy black rock. Above and on both sides, walls curved away into the wild light. Sunlight, apparently, splintered by the shell of the planet. Ahead, there was a ebon plain, curving to match the curve of the vault. Falcon stared at it bitterly. There was no haven here. No life as he knew it could survive in this pit. Yet there was life, of some mad sort. Another time, they might not escape. "Better go back," he said wearily, and turned to catch the rope. The cleft was gone. Smooth and unbroken, the black wall mocked him. Yet he hadn't moved more than 2 paces. He smothered a swift stab of fear. "Look for it," he snapped. "It must be here." But it wasn't. They searched and came again together, to stare at each other with eyes already a little mad. Paul Avery laughed sharply. "There's something here," he said. "Something alive." Falcon snarled. "Of course, you fool. Those creatures." "No, something else. Something laughing at us." "Shut up, Avery," said Sheila. "We can't go to pieces now." "And we can't just stand here glaring." Falcon looked out through the rainbow dazzle. "We may as well explore. Perhaps there's another way out." Avery chuckled without mirth. "And perhaps there isn't. Perhaps there was never a way in. What happened to it, Falcon?" "Control yourself," said Falcon silkily, "or I'll rip off your oxygen valve." "All right, let's go." They went a long way across the plain in the airless, unechoing silence, slipping on glassy rock, dazzled by the wheeling colors. Then Falcon saw the castle. It loomed quite suddenly, a bulk of squat wings with queer, twisted turrets and straggling windows. Falcon scowled. He was sure he hadn't seen it before. Perhaps the light. They hesitated. Icy moth wings flittered over Falcon's skin. He would have gone around, but black walls seemed to stretch endlessly on either side of the castle. "We go in," he said, and shuddered at the thought of meeting folk like those who hunted the flaming-eyed colossus. Blasters ready, they went up flat Titanic steps. A hall without doors stretched before them. They went down it. Falcon had a dizzy sense of change. The walls quivered as though with a wash of water over them, and then there were doors opening out of a round hall. He opened one. There was a round hall beyond, with further doors. He turned back. The hall down which they had come had vanished. There were only doors. Hundreds of them, of odd shapes and sizes, like things imperfectly remembered. Paul Avery began to laugh. Falcon struck him hard over the helmet. He stopped, and Sheila caught Falcon's arm, pointing. Shadows came, rushing and wheeling like monstrous birds. Cold dread caught Falcon's heart. Shadows, hunting them. He choked down the mad laughter rising in his own throat. He opened another door. Halls with doors. The shadow swept after them. Falcon hurled the doors open, faster and faster, but there was never anything beyond but another hall, with doors. His heart was gorged and painful. His clothing was cold on his sweating body. He plunged on and on through the black halls and drifting shards of light, with the shadows dancing all around, and doors, doors, doors. Paul Avery made a little empty chuckle. "It's laughing," he mumbled, and went down on the black floor. The shadows leaped. Sheila's eyes were a staring fire in her starved white face. Her terror shocked against Falcon's brain and steadied it. "Take his feet," he said harshly. "Take his feet." They staggered on with their burden, and presently there were no more doors, and no roof overhead, only the light and the glassy walls and the dancing shadows. The walls were thin in places. Through them, Falcon saw the dark colossus with its flaming eyes, straining through the spangled light. After it came the hounds and hunters, not gaining nor falling back, riding in blind absorption. The walls faded, and the shadows. They were alone in the center of the black plain. Falcon looked back at the castle. There was nothing but the flat and naked rock. He laid Avery down. He saw Sheila Moore fall beside him. He laughed, one small, mad chuckle. Then he crouched beside the others, his scarred gypsy face a mask of living stone. Whether it was then or hours later that he heard the voice, Falcon never knew. But it spoke loudly in his mind, that voice. It brought him up, his futile blaster raised. "You are humans," said the voice. "How wonderful." Falcon looked upward, sensing a change in the light. Something floated overhead, a 10-foot area of curdled glory, a core of blinding brilliance set in a lacy froth of fire. The beauty of it caught Falcon's throat. It shimmered with a sparkling opalescence, infinitely lovely, a living, tender flame floating in the rainbow light. It caught his heart, too, with a deep sadness that drifted in dim, faded colors beneath the brilliant veil. It said, clearly as a spoken voice in his mind, "Yes, I live, and I speak to you." Sheila and Avery had risen. They stared, wide-eyed, and Sheila whispered, "What are you?" The floating fire dipped and swirled. Preening peacock tints rippled through it, to be drowned in fierce, proud scarlet. It said, "I am a child of the sun." It watched them gape in stunned amazement, and laughed with mocking golden notes. "I will tell you, humans. It will amuse me to have an audience not of my own creating. Watch." A slab of the glassy rock took form before them. Deep in it, a spot of brilliance grew. It was a sun, in the first blaze of its virile youth. It strode the path of its galactic orbit alone. Then, from the wheeling depths of the space, a second sun approached. It was huge, burning with a blue-white radiance. There was a mating, and the 9 worlds were born in a rush of supernal fire. And then there was life. Not on the 9 burning planets, but in free space. Little globs of fire, bits of the sun itself, shocked somehow to intelligence in the vast explosion of energy. The picture blurred. The colors of the floating light were dulled and dreamy. "There were many of us," it sighed. "We were like tiny suns, living on the conversion of our own atoms. We played in open space." Dim pictures washed the screen. glories beyond human comprehension, a faded vision of splendor, of alien worlds and the great wheeling suns of outer space. The voice murmured, "Like suns, we radiated our energy. We could draw strength from our parent, but not enough. We died, but I was stronger than the rest, and more intelligent. I built myself a shell." "Built it," whispered Avery. "But how?" "All matter is built of raw energy, electron and proton existing in a free state. With a part of my own mass, I built this world around myself to hold the energy of the sun and check the radiation of my own vitality. I have lived where my race died. I have watched the planets cool and live and die. I am not immortal. My mass grows less as it drains away through my shell, but it will be a long, long time. I shall watch the sun die, too." The voice was silent. The colors were ashes of light. Falcon was stricken with a great, poignant grief. Then, presently, the little malicious flames frothed to life again, and the voice said, "My greatest problem is amusement. Here, in this black shell, I am forced to devise pleasures from my own imagination." Falcon gasped. "The hunters, the cleft that vanished, in that hellish castle." He was suddenly cold and hot at once. "Clever, eh? I created my hunt some eons ago. According to my plan, the beast can neither escape nor the hunters catch him. But owing to the uncertainty factor, there is one chance in some hundreds of billions that one or the other event may occur. It affords me endless amusement." "And the castle," said Falcon sulkily, "that amused you too." "Oh, yes. Your emotional reactions. Most interesting." Falcon raised his blaster and fired at the core of light. Living fire coiled and writhed. The sun child laughed. "Raw energy only feeds me. What? Are there no questions?" Falcon's voice was almost gentle. "Do you think of nothing but amusement?" Savage colors ripped against the dim, sad mauves. "What else is there to fill the time?" Time. Time since little frozen Pluto was incandescent gas. "You closed the openings we came through," said Avery abruptly. "Of course." "But you'll open it again. You'll let us go." The tone of his voice betrayed him, Falcon knew, and Sheila. "No," said Sheila throatily. "It won't let us go. It will keep us here to play with until we die." Ugly dark reds washed the sun-child. "Death," it whispered. "My creatures exist until I bid them vanish. But death, true death, that would be a supreme amusement." A desperate rage gripped Falcon. The vast, empty vault mocked him with his dead hopes. It jeered at him with solid walls that were built and shifted like smoke by the power of this lovely, soulless flame. Built and shifted. Sudden fire struck his brain. He stood rigid, stricken dumb by the sheer magnificence of his idea. He began to tremble, and the wild hope swelled in him until his veins were gorged and aching. He said, with infinite care, "You can't create real living creatures, can you?" "No," said the sun-child. "I can build the chemicals of their bodies, but the vital spark eludes me. My creatures are simply toys, activated by the electrical interplay of atoms. They think in limited ways, and they feel crude emotions, but they do not live in the true sense." "But you can build other things. Rocks, soil, water, air." "Of course. It would take a great deal of my strength, and it would weaken my shell, since I should have to break down part of the rock to its primary particles and rebuild. But even that I could do, without serious loss. There was silence. The blue, distant fires flared in Falcon's eyes. He saw the others staring at him. He saw the chances of failure bulk over him like black thunderheads crowned with madness and death. But his soul shivered in ecstasy at the thing that was in it. The sun child said silkily, "Why should I do all this?" "For amusement," whispered Falcon. "The most colossal game you have ever had." Brilliant colors flared. "Tell me, human." "I must make a bargain first." "Why should I bargain? You are mine, to do with as I will." "Quite, but we couldn't last very long. Why waste your imagination on 3 of us when you might have thousands?" Avery's amber eyes opened wide. A shocked incredulity slackened Sheila's rigid muscles. The voice cried, "Thousands of humans to play with." The eager greed sickened Falcon, like a child wanting a bright toy, only the toys were human souls. "Not until the bargain is made," he said. "Well, what is the bargain? Quick!" "Let us go, in return for the game which I shall tell you." "I might lose you, and then have nothing." "You can trust us," Falcon insisted. He was shaking, and his nerves ached. "Listen, there are thousands of my people living like hunted beasts in the deserts of the solar system. They need a world to survive at all. If you'll build them one in the heart of this planet, I'll bring them here. You wouldn't kill them. You'd let them live to admire and praise you for saving them. It would amuse you just to watch them for some time. Then you could take one once in a while for some special game. I don't want to do this, but it's better that they should live that way than be destroyed." "And better for you, too, eh?" The sun child swirled reflectively. "Breed men like cattle. Always have a supply. It's a wonderful idea." "Then you'll do it." Sweat dampened Falcon's brow. "Perhaps. Yes. Tell me, quickly, what you want." Falcon swung to his stunned and unbelieving companions. He gripped an arm of each, painfully hard. Trust me for God's sake," he whispered, then aloud, "help me to tell it what we need." There was a little laughing ripple of golden notes in the sun child's light, but Falcon was watching Sheila's eyes. A flash of understanding crossed them, a glint of savage hope. "Oxygen," she said, "nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon dioxide." "And soil," said Falcon. "Lime, iron, aluminum, silicone." They came to on a slope of raw, red earth, still wet from the rain. A range of low hills lifted in the distance against a strange black sky. Small, tattered clouds drifted close above in the rainbow's light. Falcon got to his feet. As far as he could see, there were rolling stretches of naked earth flecked with brassy pools and little ruddy streams. He opened his helmet and breathed the warm, wet air. He let the rich soil trickle through his fingers and thought of the unregenerates in their frozen burrows. He smiled because there were tears in his hard blue eyes. Sheila gave a little sobbing laugh and cried, "Eric, it's done." Paul Avery lifted dark golden eyes to the hills and was silent. There was a laughing tremble of color in the air where the sun child floated. Small wicked flames drowned the sad, soft mauves. The sun child said, "Look, Eric Falcon, there, behind you." Falcon turned and looked into his own face. It stood there, his own lean body in the worn vac suit, his own gypsy face in the tangle of frosted curls. Only the eyes were different. The chill, distant blue was right, but there were spiteful flecks of gold, a malicious sparkle that was like, "Yes," purred the Sunchild, "myself, a tiny particle to activate the shell, a perfect likeness, no?" A slow, creeping chill touched Falcon's heart. "Why?" he asked. "Long ago, I learned the art of lying from men. I lied about reading minds. Your plan to trick me into building this world and then destroy me was plain on the instant of conception." Laughing wicked colors coiled and spun. "Oh, but I'm enjoying this. Not since I built my shell have I had such a game. Can you guess why I made your double?" Falcon's lips were tight with pain, his eyes savage with remorse at his own stupidity. He will go in my ship to bring my people here." He knew the Sunchild had picked his unwitting brain as cleanly as any Hiltonist psychosearch. In sudden desperation, he drew his blaster and shot at the mocking likeness. Before he tripped the trigger stud, a wall of ebon glass was raised between them. The blast ray slid away in harmless fire and died, burned out. The other Falcon turned and strode away across the new land. Falcon watched him out of sight, not moving nor speaking, because there was nothing to do, nothing to say. The lovely wicked fire of the Sunchild faded suddenly. "I am tired," it said. "I shall suckle the sun and rest." It floated away. For all his agony, Falcon felt the heart stab of its sad, dim colors. It faded like a wisp of lonely smoke into the splintered light. Presently, there was a blinding flash and a sharp surge of air as a fissure was opened. Falcon saw the creature, far away, pressed to the roof of the vault and pulsing as it drank the raw blaze of the sun. "Oh God," whispered Falcon. "Oh God, what have I done?" Falcon laughed. One harsh, wild cry. Then he stood quite still, his hands at his sides, his face a mask cut deep in dark stone. "Eric," whispered Sheila, "please, I can't be brave for you all the time." He was ashamed of himself then. He shook the black despair away with cynical fatalism. "All right, Sheila. We'll be heroes to the bitter end. You, Avery, get your great brain working. How can we save our people and, incidentally, our own skins?" Avery flinched, as though some swift fear had stabbed him. "Don't ask me, Falcon. Don't." "Why not? What the devil's the matter?" Falcon broke off sharply. Something cold and fierce and terrifying came into his face. "Just a minute, Avery," he said gently. "Does that mean you think you know a way?" For God's sake, just let me alone." "You do know a way," said Falcon inexorably. "Why shouldn't I ask you, Paul Avery? Why shouldn't you try to save your people?" Golden eyes met his, desperate, defiant, bewildered, and pitiful all at once. "They're not my people," whispered Avery. They were caught then in a strange silence. Soundless, wheeling rainbows brushed the new earth, glimmered in the brassy pools. Far up on the black crystal of the vault, the Sunchild pulsed and breathed, and there was stillness, like the morning of creation. Eric Falcon took one slow, taut step and said, "Who are you?" The answer whispered across the raw red earth. "Minor Hilton, the son of Gentry." Falcon raised the blaster, forgotten in his hand. Minor Hilton, who had been Paul Avery, looked at it and then at Falcon's face, a shield of dark iron over cold, terrible flame. He shivered, but he didn't move nor speak. "You know a way to fight that thing," said Falcon, very softly in his throat. "I want to kill you, but you know a way." I don't know. I can't." Golden tortured eyes went to Sheila Moore and stayed there, with a dreadful, lost intensity. Falcon's white teeth showed. "You want to tell Mina Hilton? You want to help us, don't you? Because of Sheila?" Young Hilton's face flamed red and then went white. Sheila cried sharply, "Eric, don't. Can't you see he's suffering?" But Falcon remembered Kitty and the babies who were born and died on freezing rock, without sun or shelter. He said, "She'd never have you, Hilton. And I'll tell you this. Perhaps I can't force out of you what you know, but if I can't, I swear to God I'll kill you with my own hands." He threw back his head and laughed suddenly. "Gantra Hilton's son, in love with an unregenerate. Wait, Eric." Sheila Moore put a hand on his arm to stop him and went forward. She took Minor Hilton by the shoulders and looked up at him and said, "It isn't so impossible, Minor Hilton, not if what I think is true." Falcon stared at her in stunned amazement, beyond speech or movement. Then his heart was torn with sudden pain, and he knew with the clarity of utter truth that he loved Sheila Moore. She said to Minor Hilton, "Why did you do this, and how?" Young Hilton's voice was flat and strained. He made a move as though to take her hands from his shoulders, but he didn't. He stared across her red gold head at Falcon. "Something had to be done to stamp out the unregenerates. They're a barrier to complete peace, a constant trouble. Eric Falcon is their god, as Sheila said. If we could trap him, the rest would be easy. We could cure his people. My father couldn't do it himself. He's old and too well known. He sent me because mine is the only other brain that could stand what I had to do. My father has trained me well. To get me by the psycho search, my father gave me a temporary brain pattern. After I was accepted as a refugee, I established mental contact with him." "Mental contact," breathed Falcon. "That was it. That's why you were always so tired, why I couldn't shake pursuit." "Go on," said Sheila, with a queer gentleness. Hilton stared into space without seeing. "I almost had you in Los Angeles, Falcon, but you were too quick for the guards. Then, when we were trapped at Mercury, I tried to make you sleep. I was leading those ships too. But I was tired and you fought too well, you and Sheila. After that, we were too close to the sun. My thought waves wouldn't carry back to the ships." He looked at Falcon and then down at Sheila's thin face. "I didn't know there were people like you," he whispered. "I didn't know men could feel things and fight for them like that. In my world, no one wants anything, no one fights or tries, and I have no strength, I'm afraid." Sheila's green eyes caught his, compelled them. "Leave that world," she said. "You see it's wrong. Help us make it right again." In that second, Falcon saw what she was doing. He was filled with admiration and joy that she didn't really care for Hilton, and then doubt that perhaps she did. Minor Hilton closed his eyes. He struck her hand suddenly away and stepped back, and his blaster came ready into his hand. "I can't," he whispered. His lips were white. "My father has taught me. He trusts me, and I believe in him. I must." Hilton looked where the glow of the sunchild pulsed against ebon rock. "The unregenerates won't trouble us any more." He raised the muzzle of his blaster to his head. It was then that Falcon remembered his was empty. He dropped it and sprang. He shocked hard against Hilton's middle, struck him down, clawing for his gun arm. But Hilton was heavy and strong. He rolled away and brought his barrel lashing down across Falcon's temple. Falcon crouched, dazed and bleeding, in the mud. He laughed and said, "Why don't you kill me, Hilton?" Hilton looked from Falcon's uncowed, snarling face to Sheila. The blaster slipped suddenly from his fingers. He covered his face with his hands and was silent, shivering. Falcon said, with curious gentleness, "That proves it. You gotta have faith in a thing to kill or die for it." Hilton whispered, "Sheila." She smiled and kissed him, and Falcon looked steadfastly away, wiping the blood out of his eyes. Hilton grasped suddenly at the helmet of his vac suit. He talked rapidly as he worked. "The Sun Child creates with the force of its mind. It understands telekinesis, the control of the basic electrical forces of the universe by thought, just as the wise men of our Earth understood it, the men who walked on the water and moved mountains and healed the sick. We can only attack it through its mind. We'll try to weaken its thought force, destroy anything it sends against us." His fingers flashed between the helmet radio and the repair kit, which is part of every vac suit, using wires, spare parts, tools. "There," said Hilton, after a long time. "Now yours." Falcon gave him his helmet. "Won't the Sun Child know what we're doing?" he asked, rather harshly. Hilton shook his fair head. "It's weak now. It won't think about us until it has fed, perhaps 2 hours or more." "Can you read its thoughts?" demanded Falcon sourly. Very little," said Hilton, and Sheila laughed quietly. Hilton worked feverishly. Falcon watched his deft fingers weaving a bewildering web of wires between the 3 helmets. Watched him shift and change, tune and adjust. He watched the Sun Child throb and sparkle as the strength of the sun sank into it. He watched Sheila Moore staring at Hilton with eyes of brilliant green. He never knew how much time passed, only that the Sun Child gave a little rippling sigh of light and floated down. The fissure closed above it. Sheila caught her breath, sharp between her teeth. Hilton rose. He said rapidly, "I've done the best I can. It's crude, but the batteries are strong. The helmets will pick up and amplify the energy impulses of our brains, will broadcast a signal negative impulse, opposed to every desire the something has. Stay close together, because if the wires are broken between the helmets, we lose power, and it's going to take all the strength we have to beat that creature." Falcon put on his helmet. Little copper discs cut from the sheet in the repair kit and soldered to wires with Hilton's blaster fitted to his temples. Through the vision ports, he could see the web of wires that ran from the 3 helmets through a maze of spare grids and condenser, and then into the slender shaft of a crude directional antenna. Hilton said, "Concentrate on the signal negative now." Falcon looked at that lovely shimmering cloud coming toward them. "It won't be easy," he said grimly, "to concentrate." Sheila's eyes were savage and feral, watching that foam of living flame. Hilton's face was hidden. He said, "Switch on your radios." Power hummed from the batteries. Falcon felt a queer tingle in his brain. The Sun Child hovered over them. Its mind voice was silent, and Falcon knew that the electrical current in his helmet was blanking his own thoughts. They linked arms. Falcon set his brain to beating out an impulse, like a radio signal, opposing the negative of his mind to the positive of the Sun Child's. Falcon stood with the others on spongy, yielding soil. Dim plant shapes rose on all sides as far as he could see, forming an impenetrable tangle of queer geometric shapes that made him reel with a sense of spatial distortion. Overhead, in a sea-green sky, 3 tiny suns wheeled in mad orbits about a common center. There was a smell in the air, a rotting stench that was neither animal or vegetable. Falcon stood still, pouring all his strength into that single, mental command to stop. The tangled geometric trees wavered momentarily. Dizzily, through the wheeling triple suns, The sun child showed, stabbed through with puzzled, angry scarlet. The landscape steadied again, and the ground began to move. It crawled in small, hungry wavelets about Falcon's feet. The musky, rotten smell was heavy as oil. Sheila and Hilton seemed distant and unreal, their faces hidden in the helmets. Falcon gripped them together and drove his brain to its task. He knew what this was, the reproduction of another world, remembered from the sun child's youth. If they could only stand still and not think about it. He felt the earth lurch upward and guessed that the sun child had raised its creation off the floor of the cavern. The earth began to coil away from under his feet. For a giddy instant, Falcon saw the true world far below, and the sun child floating in rainbow light. It was angry. He could tell that from its color. Then, suddenly, the anger was drowned in a swirl of golden motes. It was laughing. The sun child was laughing. Falcon fought down a sharp despair. A terrible fear of falling oppressed him. He heard Sheila scream. The world closed in again. Sheila Moore looked at him from between two writhing trees. He hadn't felt her go, but she was there. Hairy branches coiled around her, tore her vac suit. She shrieked. Falcon cried out and went forward. Something held him. He fought it off, driven by the agony in Sheila's cry. Something snapped thinly. There was a flaring shock inside his helmet. He fell and staggered up and on, and the hungry branches whipped away from the girl. She stood there, her thin white body showing through the torn vac suit, and laughed at him. He saw Minor Hilton crawling dazed on the living ground toward the thing that looked like Sheila, and laughing with mocking golden motes in its eyes. A vast darkness settled on Falcon's soul. He turned. Sheila Moore crouched where he had thrown her from him, in his struggle to help the lying shell among the trees. He went and picked her up. He said to Minor Hilton, "Can we fix those broken wires?" Hilton shook his head. The shock of the breaking seemed to have steadied him a little. "No," he said. "Too much burned out." "Then we're beaten." Falcon turned a bitter, snarling face to the green sky, raised one futile fist and shook it. Then he was silent, looking at the others. Sheila Moore said softly, "This is the end, isn't it?" Falcon nodded, and Minor Hilton said, "I'm not afraid now." He looked at the trees that hung over them, waiting, and shook his head. "I don't understand. Now that I know I'm going to die, I'm not afraid." Sheila's green eyes were soft and misty. She kissed Hilton, slowly and tenderly, on the lips. Falcon turned his back and stared at the twisted, ugly trees. He didn't see them, and he wasn't thinking of the unregenerates and the world he'd won and then lost. Sheila's hand touched him. She whispered, "Eric." Her eyes were deep, glorious green. Her pale, starved face had the brittle beauty of wind-carved snow. She held up her arms and smiled. Falcon took her and buried his gypsy face in the raw gold of her hair. "How did you know?" he whispered. "How did you know I loved you?" "I just knew." "And Hilton?" "He doesn't love me, Eric. He loves what I stand for. And anyway, I can say this now because we're going to die. I've loved you since I first saw you. I love you more than Tom, and I'd have died for him." Hungry tree branches reached for them, barely too short. Buds were shooting up underfoot, but Falcon forgot them, the alien life and the wheeling suns that were only a monstrous dream, and the sun child who dreamed them. For that single instant he was happy, as he had not been since Katie was lost. Presently he turned and smiled at Hilton, and the wolf look was gone from his face. Hilton said quietly, "Maybe she's right about me. I don't know. There's so much I don't know. I'm sorry I'm not going to live and find out." "We're all sorry," said Falcon. about not living. A sudden sharp flare lighted his eye. Wait a minute, he whispered. There may be a chance. He was taut and quivering with terrible urgency, and the buds grew and yearned upward around their feet. You said we could only attack it through its mind, but there may be another way. Its memories, its pride. He raised his scarred gypsy face to the green sky and shouted, You, child of the sun, listen to me. You have beaten us. Go ahead and kill us, but remember this. You're a child of the sun, and we're only puny humans, little ground crawlers, shackled with weakness and fear. But we are greater than you, always and forever greater than you. The writhing trees paused. The buds faltered in their hungry growth. Faintly, very faintly, the landscape flickered. Falcon's voice rose to a ringing shout. You were a child of the sun. You had the galaxy for a toy, all the vast depths of space to play in, and what did you do? You sealed yourself like a craven into a black tomb and lost all your greatness in the whimsies of a wicked child. You were afraid of your destiny. You were too weak for your own strength. We fought you, we little humans, and our strength was so great that you had to beat us by a lying trick. You can read our minds, son-child. Read them. See whether we fear you, and see whether we respect you, you who boast of your parentage and dream dreams of lost glory, and hide in a dark hole like a frightened rat. For one terrible moment, the alien world was suffused with a glare of scarlet, anger so great that it was almost tangible. Then it grayed and faded, and Falcon could see Sheila's face, calming and smiling, and Hilton's fingers locked in hers. The ground dropped suddenly. Blurred trees writhed against a fading sky, and the suns went out in ebon shadow. Falcon felt clean earth under him. The rotting stench was gone. He looked up. The sun-child floated overhead, under the rocky vault. They were back in the cavern world. The sun-child's voice spoke in his brain, and its fires were a smoldering, dusky crimson. What was that you said, human? Look into my mind and read it. You've thrown away your greatness. We had little compared to you, but we kept it. You've won, but your very winning is a shame to you, that a child of the sun should stoop to fight with little man. The smoldering crimson burned and grew into glorious, wicked fire that was sheer fury made visible. Falcon felt death coiling to strike him out of that fire, but he faced it with bitter, mocking eyes, and he was surprised, even then, that he wasn't afraid. And the raging crimson fire faded and grayed, was quenched to a trembling mist of sad, dim mauves. You are right, whispered the sun-child, and I am shamed. The ashes of burned-out flame stirred briefly. I think I began to realize that when you fought me so well, you, Falcon, who let your love betray you, and then shook your fist at me, I could kill you, but I couldn't break you. You made me remember. Deep in the core of the sun-child, there was a flash of the old proud scarlet. I am child of the sun, with the galaxy to play with. I have so nearly forgotten. I have tried to forget, because I knew that what I did was weak and shameful and craven. But you haven't let me forget, Falcon. You've forced me to see and know. You have made me remember. Remember, I am very old. I shall die soon in open space. But I wish to see the sun unveiled and play again among the stars. The hunger has torn me for eons, but I was afraid of death. Take this world in payment for the pain I caused you. My creature will return here in Falcon's ship and vanish on the instant of landing. And now, the scarlet fire burned and writhed. Shafts of joyous gold pierced through it. The sun-child trembled, and its little foaming flames were sheer glory, the hearts of sun-born opals. It rose in the rainbow air, higher and higher, rushing in a cloud of living light toward the black crystal of the vault. Once more there was a blinding flash and a quick, sharp rush of air. Faintly, in Falcon's mind, a voice said, "Thank you, human. Thank you for waking me from a dying sleep." A last wild shout of color on the air, and then it was gone, into open space, and the naked fire of the sun, and the rocky roof was whole. 3 silent people stood on the raw red of a new world. End of Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett. Read by Nora Trapp.
Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Here is a brace of vignettes by the old vignette master, short and sharp, like a hypodermic. Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. Experiment. "The first time machine, gentlemen," Professor Johnson informed his 2 colleagues. "True, it is a small-scale experimental model. It will operate only on objects weighing less than 3 pounds, 5 ounces, and for distances into the past and future of 12 minutes or less. But it works." The small-scale model looked like a small scale, a postage scale, except for 2 dials in the part under the platform. Professor Johnson held up a small metal cube. "Our experimental object," he said, "is a brass cube weighing 1 pound, 2.3 ounces. First, I shall send it 5 minutes into the future." He leaned forward and set one of the dials on the time machine. "Look at your watches," he said. They looked at their watches. Professor Johnson placed the cube gently on the machine's platform. It vanished. 5 minutes later, to the second, it reappeared. Professor Johnson picked it up. "Now 5 minutes into the past." He set the other dial. Holding the cube in his hand, he looked at his watch. "It is 6 minutes before 3 o'clock. I shall now activate the mechanism by placing the cube on the platform at exactly 3 o'clock. Therefore, the cube should, at 5 minutes before 3, vanish from my hand and appear on the platform, 5 minutes before I place it there." "How can you place it there, then?" asked one of his colleagues. "It will, as my hand approaches, vanish from the platform and appear in my hand, to be placed there. 3 o'clock. Notice, please." The cube vanished from his hand. It appeared on the platform of the machine. "See, 5 minutes before I shall place it there, it is there." His other colleague frowned at the cube. "But," he said, "what if, now that it's already appeared 5 minutes before you place it there, you should change your mind about doing so, and not place it there at 3 o'clock? Wouldn't there be a paradox of some sort involved?" "An interesting idea," Professor Johnson said. "I had not thought of it, and it will be interesting to try. Very well, I shall not." There was no paradox at all. The cube remained. But the entire rest of the universe, professors and all, vanished. Sentry. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and he was 50,000 light years from home. A strange blue sun gave light and gravity twice what he was used to, made every movement difficult. But in tens of thousands of years, this part of war hadn't changed. The flyboys were fine with their sleek spaceships and their fancy weapons. When the chips were down, though, it was still the foot soldier, the infantry, that had to take the ground and hold it, foot by bloody foot. Like this damn planet, of a star he'd never heard of until they landed him here. And now it was sacred ground because the aliens were there too. The aliens, the only other intelligent race in the galaxy. Cruel, hideous, and repulsive monsters. Contact had been made with them near the center of the galaxy, after a slow, difficult colonization of 12,000 planets. And it had been war at sight. They'd shot without even trying to negotiate or to make peace. Now, planet by bitter planet, it was being fought out. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and the day was raw with high wind that hurt his eyes. But the aliens were trying to infiltrate, and every sentry post was vital. He stayed alert, gun ready. 50,000 light years from home, fighting on a strange world, and wondering if he'd ever live to see home again. And then he saw one of them crawling toward him. He drew a bead and fired. The alien made that strange, horrible sound they all make, then lay still. He shuddered at the sound, and the sight of the alien lying there. One ought to be able to get used to them after a while, but he'd never been able to. Such repulsive creatures they were, with only 2 arms and 2 legs, ghastly white skin, and no scales. The end of Two-Timer by Frederick Brown.
The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair. Read by Quartertone. The peculiar quality of deep space is hard to put into words. On Earth, however isolated we are, whatever happens to us, we are yet on our home planet. The man afloat on the life raft in the Pacific, delirious with exposure and loneliness, floats nonetheless on an element whose very saltiness relates it to the red sea water in his veins. The flyer forced down in the desert curses the rising sun, but the same sun that sucks water out of his drying tissues is the glorious temporal lord on whose radiation all terrestrial life processes depend. On Earth, our extremest terrors, our ultimate catastrophes, are yet like the blows of a familiar hand. It is very different in deep space. "Are there any more of them?" Alice asked McPheen when he came back from Twohold.
Yes.
Alice's mouth opened in a soundless O. Her hand went to her breast. After a moment, she picked up the comb and began pulling it again through her brittle hair. "How many more?" she asked.
I didn't count them. Hyra are hard to count. Quite a lot.
The comb caught on a tangle. Alice put it down unsteadily. "I wish we'd never brought them," she said abruptly. "I wish we'd never started on this trip. I hate those things. They're uncanny. They give me the creeps. What do you suppose is making them increase like that?"
I don't know.
McPheen's lean, ill-humored face was more than usually morose.
Listen, Alice.
"Well?"
That isn't the worst of it. I found a hole in the mesh of their cage.
"You're trying to frighten me." Alice said pitiably after a second. There couldn't be a hole in beryllium mesh. There was, though. I had to patch it up the best way I could. And, Alice, there was an eroded spot on the side of the hull. You mean there was a spot eaten into the side of our ship? Yes. I plated it over with the auto-weld. It was near their cage. The comb snapped in Alice's hand. She stared at McPheen. I told you, she said finally. Her voice had risen several notes. I told you it was dangerous. You wouldn't listen to me. You knew everything. When I said maybe there was a reason why the Biologic Survey wouldn't release any Hira to fight the blight on Varro, you said the survey was nothing but a bunch of fat cat office holders who had to make a lot of fool regulations to look like they were earning their salaries. You talked big about how it was your duty to help the poor Bosula ranchers on Varro fight the blight. You tried to pretend money wasn't the reason you were smuggling the Hira out to them. You knew all the answers. Everything would be all right. Oh, you were Mr. Know-It-All. Now we're in deep space with an eroded hull. In deep space! I told you something would happen. McPheen slapped her hard across the mouth. Keep that grubby mouth of yours shut, he said threateningly. He hung over her menacingly for a moment, and then relenting, after all he and Alice had been through a lot together. Stow it, he said. No matter whose fault it is, complaining isn't going to help us now. We've got to figure a way out of this. Alice put up one hand and fingered her swelling lip. She nodded. Yes, she whispered. I guess we have. McPheen began to walk up and down the little cabin. The way I figure it, he said, frowning, is this is the first time anybody's had any Hira in deep space. They were all right as long as we were in the system. It wasn't until we hit deep that they began to increase. The deeper in we go, the faster their rate of increase is. Hira come from Pluto, and when the Biologic Survey tried them out on germs of the blight from Varro and found they controlled it, the tests were made on Terra. Still inside the system, I mean. And under system conditions, Hira increase so slowly that for one to butt off was a real rarity. The way I figure it, conditions are different out here in deep. Maybe it's because inside the system there's always some gravity, even off the planets, I mean. We don't notice it, but it stands to reason it must be there. When there's no gravity at all, the Hira start to breed. And when they breed, they give off a kind of gas or something that attacks beryllium. But we've got gravity on the ship, Alice said through her swollen lip. We don't go floating around. This isn't really gravity, Alice. It's just from the centrifuge. Oh, well, if it isn't, what is real gravity? I don't know exactly, McPheen confessed. I never was good at theoretical stuff. Some kind of electromagnetic force, I guess. Alice nodded uncomprehendingly. Couldn't we get rid of the Hyramac? She asked timidly. On impulse, she put out her hand and touched his sleeve. We could think up some way of killing them if we tried, I guess. You're awfully smart. And then we could start back home. I'm so scared, honey. Those Hira scare me so. McPheen turned on her fiercely. You blasted fool, he said. Don't you know how it is with us? Is something the matter with your head? I've been blacklisted. There isn't a place in the system I could get a job. There isn't a man in the system I could borrow money from. If this trip fails, I'm sunk, done for, finished. Get rid of the Hira, you brainless, blathering idiot. Do you want to starve? Alice shrank into herself. But, Mac... If we can get through to Varro with the Hira we've got, the big Bosula groups will make us rich. We can have everything we've ever wanted. Now shut up. He went to a locker and began getting equipment out of it. Alice watched him, running her tongue over her swollen lip. What are you going to do, Mac? She asked at last. Rig up an electromagnet around the Hira, he said without turning. It might help. It's got to help. It didn't work. Whether or not McPheen's theory was at fault, the apparatus he rigged up around the cage of Hira did no good. He tried chemical solutions, sprays, hard and soft radiations. nothing helped. He took to spending most of his time in two-hold, trying desperately with the help of the auto-weld to keep the eroded patches on the hull under control. Without telling Alice, he made experiments designed to get rid of at least some of the Hira. These, too, failed. The siliceous, gelatinous bodies of the Hira were extremely hard to destroy. Short of methods which would have endangered the whole ship, there was nothing he could do. McPhean's natural moroseness was changing rapidly into an inflammable desperation when, quite abruptly, the increase of the Hira stopped. At first he was incredulous. He tried over and over to count those in the cage and gave up in disgust. More convincing was the evidence of the hull. No more eroded patches were appearing. For some 24 hours he held on to his incredulity. Then he allowed himself to be conquered by relief. He went to Alice with the news and found her as incredulous as he had been. He had to take her into two-hold and show her the hull's gleaming, intact sides piece by piece before she would be convinced. Then she began to giggle in hysterical relief. "Poor old Hira," she said. "Poor old things. I guess I was pretty mean about them, Mac. I'm sorry. Poor old things." She looked toward the crowded Hira cage and then, rather hastily, away again. "But everything's going to be all right now, isn't it, Mac? Now they've stopped increasing, everything's going to be all right?"
"You bet it is," McPheen said expansively. "Nothing more to worry about. Say, listen, Alice."
"Yes?" She was still looking obliquely toward the Hira cage.
"What do you say we go back to the cabin and have a little drink to celebrate?"
"That's a swell idea," Alice answered warmly. "I always said you were smart, Mac. Let's go celebrate." She glanced once more toward the Hira and then followed him out of the hold. Back in the cabin, McPheen broke out a bottle of Soma concentrate. He and Alice drank it slowly, with much inconclusive speculation as to the reason why the Hira had ceased to breed. When the Soma was gone, McPheen brought out a bottle of Flomis. Usually he and Alice began to quarrel bitterly when they reached the second bottle in their drinking bouts, but this time they were both feeling too good for it to happen. They went on from bottle to bottle, drink after drink, in a thickening haze of moist, maudlin goodfellowship. Finally, they both passed out. Meantime, the ship slid on and on into the deep. McPheen awoke some 10 hours later with his sinuses thundering. Liquor always did that to him. He had a dim, uncomfortable feeling that at some point in their drinking, he had insisted on telling Alice what he had really done with the 1,500 IUs she thought had been stolen. Even more faintly, he seemed to remember her responding with a full and equally indiscreet account of how she had spent the 3 months he had been on Uranus. Oh well, it didn't really matter. Neither he nor Alice was the kind of drinker who remembers details. He sat on the edge of his bunk for a moment, gathering strength, and then groped his way over to the aid chest. He got out 2 Sobrier pills and swallowed them. As his head began to clear, he looked around for Alice. She was lying on her back in her bunk, snoring heavily, with a long strand of her bleached blonde hair lying across her face. She'd be out for a while yet, he guessed. Meanwhile, he'd better go see how the cage of Hira was. It was always possible that they'd begun to breed again. Or was he feeling too queasy not to look at them now? Any tendency to queasiness was bound to be increased by looking at Hira. No, he'd better not put it off. Still walking rather unsteadily, he left the cabin and went into two-hold. His first impression was that the Hira cage had grown. Surely it was much larger than it had been. Then he realized that the size of the cage was unchanged. It seemed larger because it was emptier. There were fewer Hira in it than there had been before. There were no visible holes in the mesh. It was impossible. McPheen, cold sober now, knelt down beside the cage and inspected the mesh centimeter by centimeter. Everywhere it was whole and unbroken. He didn't think a flea could have got out through it. He turned on the floodlights and gave the hold an equally thorough scrutiny. No Hira. Not a Hira anywhere. Leaving aside the question of how they had got out through the mesh, where had they gone to? Number 2 hold, like the others, was hermetically sealed, and he knew no Hira had gone past him when he had broken the seal on entering. The whole thing was impossible. He must be imagining it. After all, he hadn't counted them. McPheen leaned against the bulkhead and pressed his fingers to his head. The pain in his frontal sinus was jumping again. Maybe he was still a little bit buzzed. He didn't think he was, but it was possible. That would account for a lot. He looked at the cage once more. Wait, now he had it. The reason it looked so much emptier was that the Hira, how he loathed them, he'd never let Alice see how much, were all jammed together at one end, heaped up on one another, like a pile of oozing, pupilless eyes. Naturally, the cage looked bigger when the Hira were piled up like that. McPheen almost laughed in his relief. He sealed the hole up carefully and went back to the cabin, his footfalls ringing unevenly. Alice was sitting up in her bunk. She had washed her face and pushed her hair out of her eyes. She nodded shortly at him when he came in. After a while, she got up and began opening some soup. They both felt better when they had eaten. Alice revived sufficiently to comb her hair and spray some makeup on. The pain began to die away in McPheen's head. He'd been a fool to get so excited over nothing. All the same, he was going into the hold and have another look at the Hira. He pushed back his chair. "Where are you going, Mac?" Alice asked. She was gathering up the remains of their meal and putting them in the disposer.
"To hold."
"They aren't increasing again, are they?" she asked in quick alarm.
"No, nothing like that."
This time there was no possible doubt. The heap of Hira was less than half the size it had been. In the time since he had left the hold, certainly not more than 3/4 of an hour, it had gone way, way down. He could count the Hira without any difficulty now. There were either 16 or 17. McPheen's heart began pounding wildly. His chest felt so constricted he could hardly breathe. For a moment he tried to fight his panic, to reason with himself. Then he turned and ran for Alice. She came rather unwillingly, understanding from his hoarse incoherence only that the Hira were not increasing any more. Even when she saw the almost empty cage, she was not alarmed. "Why, honey, there must be a hole where you haven't found," she said reasonably. "A hole or some—" She fell silent suddenly. "Mac," she said in a quite different voice. "Huh?" McPheen had been trying to count the Hira. It seemed to him that there was one less in the cage than there had been when he went to the cabin just now for Alice. "Mac, where's that shadow coming from?" The fear in her voice infected McPheen with instant irritability.
"What shadow?" he demanded. "What are you talking about? Haven't we got trouble enough? Be quiet. What are you starting in on shadows for?"
"Mac." Alice had to swallow and lick her lip before she could go on. "Look at it. There, in the corner of the cage." She pointed with one hand. McPheen's eyes followed the gesture. For an unbeatable moment, he looked squarely at the thing in the corner of the cage. His heart gave a horrible lurch, like a horse trying to unseat the rider on its back.
"It's nothing," he said desperately. "Nothing, nothing. Just a shadow. The bulkhead's casting it."
"Was the shadow here when you were in the hold before?"
"I don't know. Yes, of course it was. It must have been."
Alice stood quite motionless for an instant. Her elbows were pressed to her sides, her hands against her chest, in the feminine posture of resistance and defense. "Turn the floodlights on, Mac," she said. The lights snapped on. The hold was illuminated from all sides. It was an illumination as shadowless as that of an operating theater, as bright as the noon of a terrestrial day. The shadow in the corner of the Hira cage was quite unaffected by it. Alice drew a long, quavering sigh. She put both her hands on McPheen's forearm. He could feel her trembling. "Mac, honey," she said very softly, "you know such a lot. You're so smart. Won't you tell me where the shadow's coming from? Won't you please tell me what's making it?" McPhee looked at her. His eyes were wild. "I don't know," he said in a high, breaking voice. "I tell you, I don't know. Stop asking me questions. Stop badgering me. I'm getting out of here." He pulled against her for a moment. Then he tore loose and ran. "Mac, honey," Alice said when they were back in the cabin once more with the hold sealed behind them. "I think I know what that thing in the cage is." She spoke with surprising calmness. Though she was trembling a good deal, she had, all things considered, come out of the hold in better condition than McPhee had. "There's nothing in the cage," McPhee answered, shuddering. He uncapped a Flomis bottle and drank from it. Drops of the liquor were running down his chin. "There's nothing in the cage." "Oh, yes, Mac. I think it's a Vanderlark." He put the bottle down. The drink had helped him. "A Vanderlark? What's that supposed to be?" "I guess there's only one of it," Alice corrected herself. She rubbed her lips for a moment with a handkerchief. "I wish my mouth wouldn't shake," she said petulantly. "It makes it hard to talk." "The Vanderlark's a thing that lives in deep space. It's made out of black. One of my boyfriends who was a pilot in deep told me about it once when he'd been drinking. He was awfully afraid of it. I guess it's everywhere, really. Bill said it was everywhere, always, in all spaces and all times. I don't understand that very well. Do you, Mac?" "Go on," McPhee said. He turned the Flomis bottle around, studying it with haggard concentration. "Anyway, deep is where the Vanderlark is more. Most of the time it doesn't bother anybody, but if you call it, it comes." "Call it? What do you mean? We never called that thing." "We didn't mean to call it," Alice said. "But maybe, or maybe it was the Hira called it. I mean, when we hit deep space and they began to increase, maybe when they increased, they made a quiver in space that attracted it. They're not alive in the way other things are. They're different. Or maybe a part of them has always been where the Vanderlark is." McPhee rubbed his hands over his face. He got another bottle of Flomis from the locker, uncapped it, and then put it aside without tasting it. "What are we going to do, Alice?" he asked humbly. Alice stood up, smoothing the folds of her wrinkled dress. In this moment, she had an odd dignity. "I'm awfully scared, Mac," she said, as if in explanation. "The best thing I can think of is to put the Hira cage in the life raft, and then jet the raft off away from the ship. Maybe the Vanderlark will follow it. When the Hira are gone, maybe the shadow will leave us alone." There were only 3 Hira left in the cage. The shadow had filled all except the cage's extreme end. McPhee looked at it and then averted his gaze. His face was so white that the brownness of his skin looked like grease paint laid on a mask. Alice was standing behind him. He muttered something. He laid hold of the cage and tried to lift it up. There was an instant's resistance. Then the shadow walled up enormously in a horrible puffing out of black. McPhee was left holding the top edge of the cage. All the rest was gone. He looked stupidly at the metal for a moment and then dropped it on the deck. He began to back away. He was screaming on a single high note. He hadn't stopped screaming when, without any perceptible motion, the blackness, the limitless blackness, closed over him. Alice turned and ran. The life raft was aft of Two-Hold. She couldn't have got through to the raft even if she had thought of it. She ran from the hold to the cabin, from the cabin into the control room. The Vanderlark found her there, pressed flat against the metal of the prow, mumbling, "No, no, no," over and over, and trying to push her way out through the ship with her hands. Quietly and easily, it extended itself and made her a part of it. Then there was silence. After a while, the Vanderlark flowed over the whole ship. And then there was nothing there at all but the Vanderlark. End of The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Halliday. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. With no more room left on Earth, and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the Red Planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine, they called it at first. Then it got shortened to daptine. It let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. They told us just after we landed on Mars. "You are home, children," the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening he told us the whole story, and the whys and wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. "Children," he said, "you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you'll spend 10 years, until you are adults, in this dome. Although toward the end of that time, you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outdoors. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry, and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It's time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is a part." Then he told us. Man, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of plant life and a few varieties of non-flying insects. And he had found it by terrestrial standards uninhabitable. Man could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day, in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him. The air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he could not eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome, which had been built for us, there was only one other outpost. Another glassite dome much smaller and less than a mile away. It had looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth, for of all of them, Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use even trying to colonize the others. And then, in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on the animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of these guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below 0 Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of its parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with many litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, the head teacher told us, you children were born. Born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment. And from birth you have been brought under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been very gradually thinned and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, which is why your chests are so much larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you are fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand the increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you were 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years, at maturity, you will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food. Its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperature is pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space under gradually decreasing gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet, to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of those things already. The last year was the best. By then, the air inside the dome, except for the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants lived, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It is good to be in the open. The last few months they relaxed segregation of the sexes so we could begin choosing mates. Although they told us there was to be no marriage until after the final day, after our full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I'd felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is the day of our freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians. The Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now, but wiser counsel prevailed and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other Earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly, misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak, sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all, their white, pasty, hairless skins. We shall kill them, and then we shall go and smash the other dome so all the Earthmen there will die too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills where they will never find us. And if they try to build more domes here, we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off. End of Keep Out by Frederick Brown.
Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife. No matter what the future, one factor must always be reckoned with: the ingenuity of the human animal. The two men attacked the thick tree trunk with a weary savagery. In the bright sunlight, glistening spatters of sweat flew from them as the old axes bit alternately into the wood. Blackie stood nearby, on the gravel shoulder of the highway, rubbing his short beard as he considered the depth of the white notch. Turning his broad tanned face to glance along the patched and cracked concrete to where squat Vito kept watch, he caught the latter's eye and beckoned. "Okay, Sid, Mike, we'll take it a while." The rhythm of the axe strokes ceased. Red Mike swept the back of a forearm across the semi-shaven stubble that set him as something of a dandy. Wordlessly, Big Sid ambled up the road to replace Vito. "Pretty soon now," boasted Mike, eyeing the cut with satisfaction. "Think it'll bring them?" "Sure," replied Blackie, spitting on his hands and lifting one of the worn tools. "That's what they're for." "Funny," mused Mike. "How some keep going and others bust. These must have been working since I was a little kid. Since before the last blitz." "Oh, they don't have to do much, except in the winter when they come out to clear the snow. All they do is put in a patch now and then." Mike stared moodily at the weathered surface of the highway and edged back to avoid the reflected heat. "It beats me how they know a spot has cracked. I guess there's machines to run the machines," sighed Blackie. "I don't know. I was too young. Okay, Vito?" The relieving pair fell to. Mike stepped out of the range of the flying chips to sit at the edge of the soft grass, which was attempting another invasion of the gravel shoulder. Propelled by the strength of Vito's powerful torso, a single chip spun through the air to his feet. He picked it up and held it to his nose. It had a good, clean smell. When at length the tree crashed down across the road, Blackie led them to the ambush he had chosen that morning. It was 50 yards up the road toward the ruined city, off to the side, where a clump of trees and bushes provided shade and concealment. "Wish we brought something to eat," Vito said. "Didn't know it would take so long to creep up on 'em this morning," said Blackie. "The women'll have something when we get back." "They better," said Mike. He measured a slender branch with his eye. After a moment, he pulled out a hunting knife, worn thin by years of sharpening, and cut off a straight section of the branch. He began whittling. "You damn fool," Sid objected. "You want the busted spot on the tree to show." "Aw, they ain't got the brains to notice." "The hell they ain't. It stands out like one of them old street signs. Do you think they can tell, Blackie?" "I don't know. Maybe." Blackie rose cautiously to peer over a bed of blackberry bushes. "Guess I'll skin up a tree and see if anything's in sight." He hitched up his pants, looking for an easy place to climb. His blue jeans had been stoutly made, but weakened by many rips and patches, and he did not want to rip them on a snag. It was becoming difficult to find good, unrotted clothing in the old ruins. Choosing a branch slightly over his head, he sprang for it, pulled, kicked against the trunk, and flowed up into the foliage with no apparent effort. The others waited below. Sid glanced up occasionally. Vito idly kicked at one of the clubs made from an old 2x4. The other lay beneath the piled jackets, but enough of the end protruded to show that they had been chopped from the same timber, gray-painted on one side, stained and gouged on the other where boards had once been nailed. A coil of rope lay beside the axis. High in the upper branches, Blackie braced himself with negligent confidence and stared along the concrete ribbon. From here, he thought, you'd almost think the place was still alive, instead of crumbling around our ears. The windows of the distant houses were dark, unglassed holes, but the sunlight made the masonry clean and shining. To Blackie, the ragged tops of most of the buildings were as natural as the tattered look of the few people he knew. Beyond, toward the center of the city, was real evidence of his race's bygone might, a vast jumble of shattered stone and fused metal. Queer weeds and mosses infected the area, but it would be centuries before they could mask the desolation. Better covered were the heaps along the road, seemingly shoved just beyond the gravel shoulders, moldering mounds which legend said were once machines to ride in along the pavement. Something glinted at the bend of the highway. Blackie peered closer. He swarmed down the tree from branch to branch, so lithely that the trio below hardly had the warning of the vibrating leaves before he dropped cat-footed among them. "They're coming!" He shrugged quickly into his stained jacket, emulated in silent haste by the others. Vito rubbed his hands down the hairy chest, left revealed by his open jacket, and hefted one of the clubs. In his broad paws it seemed light. They were quiet, watching Sid peer out through the narrowly parted brush of the undergrowth. Blackie fidgeted behind him. Finally he reached out as if to pull the other aside, but at that moment Sid released the bushes and crouched. The others, catching his warning glance, fell prone, peering through the shrubbery and around tree trunks with savage eyes. The distant squawk of a jay became suddenly very clear, as did the sighing of a faint breeze through the leaves overhead. Then a new clanking, humming sound intruded. A procession of 3 vehicles rolled along the highway at an unvarying pace which took no account of patches or worn spots. They jounced in turn across a patch laid over a previous unsuccessful patch and halted before the felled tree. 2 were bulldozers, the third was a light truck with compartments for tools. No human figures were visible. A moment later the working force appeared, a column of 8 robots. These deployed as they reached the obstacle and explored like colossal ants along its length. "What are they after?" asked Mike, whispering, although he lay 50 yards away. "They're looking over the job for whatever sends them out," Blackie whispered back. "See those little lights sticking out the tops of their heads? I heard tell once that's how they run." Some of the robots took saws from the truck and began to cut through the tree trunk. Others produced cables and huge hooks to attach the obstacle to the bulldozers. "Look at 'em go," sighed Sid, hunching his stiff shoulders jealously. "Took us hours and they're half done already." They watched as the robots precisely severed the part of the tree that blocked the highway, going not 1 inch beyond the gravel shoulder, and helped the bulldozers to tug it aside. On the opposite side of the concrete, the shoulder tapered off into a 6-foot drop. The log was jockeyed around parallel to this ditch and rolled into it, amid a thrashing of branches and a spurting of small pebbles. "Glad we're on the high side," whispered Mike. "That thing'd squash a guy's guts right out." "Keep listening to me," Blackie said, "and you'll keep on being in the right place at the right time." Mike raised his eyebrows at Vito, who thrust out his lower lip and nodded sagely. Sid grinned, but no one contradicted the boast. "They're lining up," Blackie warned tensely. "You guys ready? Where's that rope?" Someone thrust it into his hands. Still squinting at the scene on the highway, he fumbled for the ends and held one out to Mike. The others gripped their clubs. "Now remember," ordered Blackie. "Me and Mike will trip up the last one in the line. You 2 get in there quick and wallop him over the head, but good." "Don't go away while we're doing it," said Big Sid. "They won't chase ya, but they look out for themselves. I don't want to get tossed 20 feet again." The eyes of the others flicked toward the jagged white scar running down behind Sid's right ear and under the collar of his jacket. Then they swung back to the road. "Good," breathed Blackie. "The rollin' stuff's going first." The truck and bulldozers set out towards the city, with the column of robots marching a fair distance behind. The latter approached the ambush, drew abreast, began to pass. Blackie raised himself to a crouch with just the tips of his fingers steadying him. As the last robot plodded by, he surged out of the brush, joined to Red Mike by their grips on the 20 feet of rope. They ran up behind the marching machine, trailed by the others. In his right hand, Blackie twirled the part of the rope hanging between him and Mike. On the second swing, he got it over the head of the robot. He saw Mike brace himself. The robot staggered. It pivoted clumsily to its left, groping vaguely for the hindrance. Mike and Blackie tugged again, and the machine wound up facing them in its efforts to maintain balance. Its companions marched steadily along the road. "Switch ends!" barked Blackie. Alert, Mike tossed him the other end of the rope and caught Blackie's. They ran past the robot on either side, looping it in. Blackie kept going until he was above the ditch. He wound a turn of rope around his forearm and plunged down the bank. A shower of gravel spattered after him as Mike jammed his heels into the shoulder of the highway to anchor the other end. Then he heard the booming sound of the robot's fall. Blackie clawed his way up the bank. Vito and Sid were smashing furiously at the floundering machine. Mike danced about the melee with bared teeth, charging in once as if to leap upon the quarry with both feet, frustrated by the peril of the whirling 2x4s. He swept up handfuls of gravel to hurl. Blackie turned to run for one of the axes. Just then, Sid struck home to the head of the robot. Sparks spat out amid a tinkle of glass. The machine ceased all motion. "All right," panted Blackie. "All right, that's enough." They stepped back, snarls fading. A handful of gravel trickled through Mike's fingers and pattered loudly on the concrete. Gradually, the men began to straighten up, seeing the robot as an inert heap of metal rather than as a weird beast in its death throes. "We better load up and get," said Blackie. We want to be over on the trail if they send something up the road to look for us." Vito dragged the robot off the highway by the head, and they began the task of lashing it to the 2x4s. It was about 2 hours later when they plodded around a street corner among the ruins and stopped before a fairly intact building. By that time they had picked up an escort of dirty, half-clad children who ran ahead to spread the news. 2 other men and a handful of women gathered around with eager exclamations. The hunters dropped their catch. "Better get to work on 'em," said Blackie, glancing at the sky. "Be dark soon." The men who had remained as guards ran inside the entrance of the polished granite and brought out tools, hammers, crowbars, hatchets. Behind them hurried women with basins and large cans. The original 4, wary from the weight of the robot despite frequent pauses on the trail, stepped back. "Where first, Blackie?" asked one of the men, waiting for the women to untangle the rope and timbers. "Try all the joints. After that, we'll crack 'em open down the middle for the main supply tank." He watched the metal give way under the blows. As the robot was dismembered, the fluid that had lubricated the complex mechanism flowed from its wounds and was poured by the women into a 5-gallon can. "Bring a cupful, Judy," Blackie told his woman, a wiry blonde girl. "I want to see if it's as good as the last." He lit a stick at the fire as they crossed the littered, once ornate lobby, and she followed him down a dim hall. He pulled aside the skins that covered their doorway, then stumbled his way to the table. The window was still uncovered against the night chill, but it looked out on a courtyard shadowed by towering walls. To eyes adjusted to the sunny street, the room was dark. Judy poured the oil into the makeshift lamp, waited for the rag wick to soak, and held it out to Blackie. He lit the wick from his stick. "It burns real good, Blackie," the girl said, wrinkling her nose against the first oily smoke. "Gee, you're smart to catch one the first day out." "Tell them other dames to watch how they use it," he warned. "This ought to last a month or more when we get 'em all emptied." He blew out the dying flame on the stick and dropped the charred wood thoughtfully to the floor. "No, I ain't so smart," he admitted. "Or I'd figure a way to make one of 'em work the garden for us. Maybe someday. But this kind won't do nothing but fix that goddamn road. And what good's that to anybody?" His woman moved the burning lamp carefully to the center of the table. "Anyway, it's going to be better than last winter," she said. "We'll have lights now." End of Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife.
To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Seth Wayne. Everything went perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago Lion Inn Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, and spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuge to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world, toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all the space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was the portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced naught. The number was 2BR naught 2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Canary, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. A do-it-yourselfer, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. And the orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, An unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come now?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some pictures," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan," she waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" she said. "Skip it," he said. "That sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. "Duncan, Duncan, Duncan," he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upset you?" he said. "Good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honor." You admire him, huh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb, that strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets," she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had one and were trying to scrape another 2 up. I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today. Unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Welling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz, "I didn't see you." "The invisible man," said Welling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Welling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Welling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the Earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling?" said Hitz. "Nope," said Welling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it." Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Welling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die either," said Welling. "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that," she said. "It gives people the wrong impression." "You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios," he said. "That sounds so much better," said Leora Duncan. "This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there." He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel." He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. "Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one," he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply, and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, And then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2BR 02B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. End of To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut.
The Natives by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. The Natives by Catherine MacLean. The old one said, Stick close by me, child. What'll it be like, Grandpa? The youngster was frightened. Dark, very dark and big. It moves fast, but we'll keep up with it. The tone was consciously reassuring. Dark, Grandpa? Yes, it sucks heat and absorbs light. You'll find out when you're old and strong enough to swim down to the bottom and see what's there. Now stay with me when we follow it, and don't get lost in the crowd, and don't get ahead of me or get too close to it. You might take in too much and get overcharged. What's overcharged, Grandpa? Can you really get too much? The youngster jigged up and down a little with excitement and anticipation. For a moment, the oldster turned his attention from watching for the thing that was coming and considered him fondly. Poor youngling, I forget. You've had no chance to learn what it means to get enough. You're too young to ride the storms and tap the lightnings. Listen now. When a grown-up has to let out a flash of blue light, that means that he's overcharged and spinning off balance inside, and so he has to save himself by letting out his energy to let down the pressure. So be careful. Take enough, but don't be greedy and take in too much too suddenly. Now let's just float here with the others and be ready. It was a beautiful bright day. The sun poured down its flood of light, here and there energizing a molecule of the blue air into little sparkles of ionization, and below, a mist of bright clouds half veiled the darkness that was the bottom. What's it mean when someone blinks blue light in lots of flashes and then glows red and starts sinking, huh, Grandpa? I'll tell you when you're older. Just be careful and don't get too close. He was abruptly excited. Here it comes. Out of the blue translucence far below, a black dot appeared and grew rapidly, rushing closer until it was a huge fish-shaped object with widespread fins rushing towards them. It would pass slightly to the left of them, and already the waiting crowd was moving to intercept it. It flashed by, and the youngster thought they were going to lose it. It was going so much faster than they. But as the thought crossed his mind, and he saw the two turning, glowing openings in its rear, a burning blast of energy struck him. A multitude of glowing, charged particles crackled around him, streamed against him. His field shifted to reach out and capture them. The spin of stored energy within spun faster, absorbing the new energy into its drive, its life pulse rising to a deep hum, and he felt strong, stronger than he had ever felt before in his life. They were flying faster now, accelerating faster than he had ever flown, and it was easy. They drew up closer to the dark thing, matching its speed for speed, laving in the glowing cloud of energy particles that roared backward from its jets. The youngster was astounded and exhilarated at the tremendous, effortless speed with which they were driving forward. This was the first time he had ever had so much power. It was 10 times more than any aurora borealis with its pale wash of energy waves. Drunken in his newfound strength, he pulled ahead closer to the roaring jets. At the peak of the arc of climb of the New York-Istanbul stratoliner, high in the ionosphere where the Earth was merely a giant globe far below, the pilot of the stratoliner boldly cut the jets for the fuel-saving glide that turned their nose toward Earth again. The radar was clanging its usual senseless warning of imminent collision with some solid objects, which had approached closer than the automatic relays considered safe. It had been clanging for several minutes. The pilot glanced in annoyance at the radar screen where several hundred globes, from 2 to 7 feet in diameter, showed vividly, trailing the ship in a fan-shaped cluster. "Someday I'm going to take a hammer to that thing." The co-pilot, looking back from the control blister's rear window, saw nothing, as usual, except a few of the shining globes which showed themselves transiently in a brief flash of blue light as they carelessly overloaded and discharged, and one, smaller than the rest, who blinked on and off rapidly in brilliant flashes of blue. As he watched, it ran suddenly down the color scale to red and began to lag behind, a glowing red globe, sinking. "I wonder what the hell they think they're doing," he grumbled. End of The Natives by Catherine MacLean.